All right, let's call to order this meeting of the Knox County Audit Committee. Today is Tuesday, March 19th. And Kim, would you mind calling the roll, please?
Jim Morrison.
Here.
Matthew Warren.
Here.
Commissioner Richie Wheeler.
Here.
Commissioner Jay. Commissioner Schoonmaker.
Here.
We have 4 members present.
And Kim, if Larson makes it in before we're over, just kind of make sure that, I don't know if you changed that in who's here on the minutes. So, and speaking of the minutes of the previous meeting, I assume y'all have had a chance to look at those, and do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion and by Wheeler and a second by Schoonmaker, so it's good to go. Vote. Either, okay. Just in case. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, it passes. And did I get out of order here? I think I did. We got to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Commissioner Wheeler, if you could lead that, please, sir.
Please stand and face our nation's flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
The flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so this is our second meeting in a row, for 2 months in a row. We hardly ever do that. And both times I've gotten the Pledge of Allegiance out of order, so I'll try to keep it a little better from here on out. So item number 5 is Knox County Finance Department with Chris Caldwell, and I think he's going to give us a brief one. Unless he's got the CAF for memorized, though, he could do that too.
Memorized, yeah. Chris Caldwell, Knox County Finance. I'll keep this brief because you'll have a really hectic agenda. So I'll focus on current property taxes for today. So as of last week, current property taxes, we'd already brought in more than we had all of last year. And so that is a positive from a budgetary standpoint. We're like through yesterday at 99.36% of budget. So that is going well. We accrue through August. It does slow down between now and August, as we know, but trending in a good direction there. Haven't received what I call January sales tax yet. It probably should come today or tomorrow, but we hadn't saw it as of today. But from every fund standpoint, ultimately, revenues and expenses are tracking like you would expect. And kind of as we get into 25 budget, that's more of a constant thing. But for us, we are spending this time to prepare the budget, and that's where our focus turns after the ACFR, of course. And but things are trending, flat, but still in a positive direction. So I'll answer any questions. If not, I'll turn it over to Ron.
Any questions? All right, thanks, Chris. Hi, Ron.
Did I get it?
I got it.
We have a similar report. We're tracking. We took a look at February. We're still tracking according to about this time last year, both regard, but a little bit ahead in revenue, maybe as a percentage to budget. We're about 69% revenue actual to budget. Last year, maybe about 68%, tracking a little bit ahead. And with expenditures, same thing, about 60, 61, 62%. Nothing really unusual so far going on, which is it's kind of a boring report here, but Chris, one time Chris said, when it comes to financial reports and expenditures, boring is a good thing, so yeah. we're tracking fine there. I'll just mention something with sales tax. That's the one we always have our eye on particularly. Right. we're running about 4% more in actual collections than we were this time last year. Which at least it's better, right? It's not, but you got to remember the 2 years previous to that, we ended up at about, gosh, I think 14 or 15% higher than the previous years, right? So you can see it's slowed down. It's still positive. We budgeted really conservatively, so that's helpful. So we're running about 6.5% better than actual to budget, right? So we're projecting that towards the end of the year, and of course, it depends. There's a lot of activity yet to be posted, but through 6 data points, we're doing pretty well. Love for it to be the growth that it was in previous years. It's not, but at least we're going in the right direction.
Any other questions of Ron? I've got one, but I may wait till the next meeting to ask you.
Not a problem at all.
Okay, thanks a lot, sir.
Okay.
Okay, now we are, I think the star of the show today is Chris Holtz with Pew & Company.
All right, yes, I will be Ted Holtz, Pew CPAs, Knox County, Tennessee. I will be a little longer than the first 2 speakers. I will go over the governance letter, and I will also go over the single audit compliance report. We will start with the governance letter. A few sheets into that PDF will be at the very bottom of, will actually be page 1, which will be required communications. That's where I'm going to start in the governance letter. It first describes our responsibilities with regard to financial statement and compliance audits. Also describes an overview of the plan, scope, and timing of financial statement audit, or actually references the planning stage governance letter that we went over in the fall. And we'll go over one of those again, probably our next meeting for the 24 audit. Next, accounting policies and practices. Included in there is a section for any new accounting policies, and there was significant new accounting policy during the year that deals with what we call SBITAs, or subscription-based information technology arrangements. And basically with that, we're required to capitalize such arrangements, similar to how we treated leases a year ago. There are other accounting standards that change. All of those are referenced here to the actual ACFR. None of them were significant besides the SBITA.
What's an example of that, of the subscription-based technology? I'm just curious.
It would be an agreement, really generally for software, that's going to cover a period of time. So it's normally going to be software related.
Okay. I know it's not Netflix, so.
But
okay, he's on page number 1 at the bottom. They're trying to follow you. Which page number? You're on?
At the very top of this page, it says required communications. It would be the first page that has any information on it. It's in the governance letter, not the compliance.
He's doing I forget. He's doing the PDF, I believe.
Okay. Are you there? Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, we've gone over the first couple sections. At the bottom of this page 1, report page 1, discusses audit adjustments and uncorrected misstatements. And in a moment, we'll go over, we have a few recorded audit adjustments. They're on page 6 of this document. Like I said, we'll talk about them in just a moment. On page 2, there's other information in the annual report or the audit report that wouldn't necessarily be in other, like in a commercial audit or a smaller audit report. This includes the introductory section and the statistical section, which are unique to a governmental ACFR report. The following section deals with observations about the audit process. And here, there are several captions here, several areas, and we had no disagreements or difficult matters to address. We identified one significant issue, and that really was just the adoption of the GASB Statement Number 96 on subscription-based information technology arrangements. Just as we were in the initial planning stage governance letter, we are required to reinforce responsibilities for independence, both from the firm's perspective and the county's perspectives, and they are listed below. On the top of the following page, page 3, is mentions internal control and compliance matters, and this references the single audit compliance report that we're going to shortly go over. And the last section here on page 3 references that there are written communications between management and the firm, and that specifically in this case is the management representation letter, which is, for your information, is attached at the back of this letter. Page 4 and pages 4 and 5 go over significant accounting estimates, and we, I believe, identified 5 of these that are significant in particular to Knox County. And for each one, we identify what the accounting, or list here what the accounting policy is, what management's estimation process is, and the basis for our conclusion as auditors. And that's listed out for these 5 areas: fair value of investment securities, depreciation of capital assets, self-insured health care and workers' comp claims and general liabilities associated with them, then net pension liabilities for defined benefit plans and for other post-employment benefit plans. So on page 6 goes over the recorded audit adjustments, and I think what I really want to point out here is that there really was no impact on net position or fund balance from any of the entries that we made. They really were reclassification type entries. So even though some of the numbers are significant, they did not, and the numbers that are really more interested in like revenues and expenses, they really did not impact them at all. And certainly not net. So we did not make any significant.
So these are reclassifications, basically?
They're basically reclassifications, yes.
Sometimes in my mind, audit adjustments has something to do with findings sometimes, but that's not the case here, correct?
Definitely not findings. They are reclassifications to, not just from an account perspective, from a different line on financial statements, but again, they don't impact like the main categories of the balance sheet, like assets, liabilities, fund balance, revenues, or expenses. Yes.
The classification of sale of capital asset for $6 million, is
Yeah.
that the Andrew Johnson building sale?
That's correct. Specifically in this case, it was treated as regular revenue, and for general revenues, and for a governmental report, it needs to be reported as other financing sources. Still washes through in the same manner, but it was reported. We just reclassified it, as Jim would say.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Schoonmaker, are you number 9 on the screen? I can't hardly see these little red lights when they come on.
normally have a little card that tells our name, and these lights don't work anymore.
Right.
It's just this on.
Well, I had trouble seeing the other lights, so just interrupt or whatever if you need to if I don't see you, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Ted.
Any other questions on the governance letter? If not, I'll proceed to the single audit compliance report. And I'm going to go over basically the layout of the report. We have 2 reports in the front that cover the first 5 pages. One deals with internal control over financial reporting and compliance, and the other deals with testing, basically, of major programs that we select. And if we had any findings, and in either of those reports, they would be listed in the findings in the back of the report, so we'll go over them shortly. Otherwise, it's the standard format you would expect for those 2 letters. As information on pages 6 through 13, that lists out all of the federal grants that were awarded, expended basically, by Knox County and Knox County schools for the year. Pages 14 through 16 list the state financial assistance or state grants, also for the county and the schools. Particularly on the federal grant area, they're listed by U.S. Department, so that should help locate certain grants. And also the county grants are listed first, and the school grants follow that. So, obviously a lot of federal funding and state funding for that matter run through the report or run through the county and the schools, and here's where they are listed for reference. With that said, I'm going to move forward to the actual findings themselves, which start on report page 19. Or actually, 20, let's see. Report page 20, I believe. We'll label it at the top, Section 2, Financial Statement Findings, 2023-001.
Ted, could you go back to the page before that where you talk about
Yeah, certainly.
whether or not these are material or significant weaknesses?
Yes.
You know,
In this, there is a chart here. This is a summary schedule of findings and question costs. As noted, there's two different sections here, one for financial statement matters and other for federal awards matters. We did not identify any material weaknesses. We did identify significant deficiencies. Since we had significant deficiencies, then that's why that significant deficiency box is marked in the financial statements. And as well, on the federal awards, the exception was noted in any auditing findings. Any audit findings disclosed are required to be disclosed in accordance with CFR 200-516A. So, it also on this page, it lists all the grants that we tested as major programs under program name section. And it's still during this year, it was dominated by COVID grants. And the reason for that is, one, COVID grants were considered high risk by the federal government in large part because, one, they were new, two, the guidance for those came out sporadically, often after they were spent. So that obviously makes it higher risk just inherently. We also looked at child nutrition cluster and the CDBG grant.
on the COVID ones, I guess also maybe some of those weren't in play last year, so if they were, any of that was new this year, that would have a
I
reason
think
for you to look at it, right?
Many of these actually were here a year ago. I
Okay.
can't remember if all three, I think all three of them actually were. But the fact that, and ordinarily when you test it 1 year and you don't have findings, you would not have to test it again.
Right.
The difference here is if a grant is labeled by the federal government as significant risk, then we are required to test it. So, and that I think goes back to just, the uncertainty about rules in place and the newness, and there were a lot of exceptions in other places regarding those grant funds.
Do I see a light on? Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we had a moment for, especially the commissioners, for significant deficiency. I know it's noted there, and I know it gets noted further on, but could you just give an overview of how that's identified and what that means?
Okay. Significant deficiency is basically explained as something that is not considered a material weakness, but is generally an internal control deficiency that we deem important enough to make a governing body aware of. So, and in some cases, it might be an item that the state government or federal government would deem, in particular here, the state government and the comptroller's office would deem important enough that we need to share with the governing body or the audit committee in this case. And there were a couple items in here that I would consider that, irrespective of how we would consider them, the state government, state comptroller's office would want reported.
So at some point, I can't remember, but it's been a few years. Material weakness at some point can cause you to have to do more audit work the next year. Do I remember that?
There are two factors. You are correct. If we had a material weakness, it impacts that last line on this page. Auditee qualified as a low-risk auditee. If low risk, you're only required to have 20% coverage of federal funds. If you're high risk, you're required to have 40%. The only headache here is that just due to the high risk programs that are caused by the COVID designation, I believe we tested over 40% anyhow, but that was just because we had more high risk programs than we've had pre-COVID.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions on this page?
Okay.
Just to be sure, when we go through the findings, it'll be laid out which ones are significant deficiencies, right?
Basically, 1 through 6 are significant
1 through 6.
deficiencies,
Okay.
yes. And number 7 is a federal grant finding. Okay.
And Ted, since we've already interrupted you here, can you
Yes.
give Commissioner Mr. Larson J. Where we are in your documents there?
Commissioner Jay, we have gone through the governance letter. We are in the compliance audit report now, and we're just about ready to start going over the individual findings, which start on page 20, report page 20, so I'm not sure which PDF page it is. And this will be finding number 2023-001. And as we go through these findings, just, I guess, a prelude to them is we're reporting more findings this year, a few more findings than typical. We have 7 in total. It should be noted that 4 of these findings were findings that were reported last year. And in some regards, that sounds bad, but it's not as bad as it sounds because none of the findings from a year ago are completely uncorrected. We've labeled them as either partially corrected or basically required to report again because of other factors. And I'll explain that as we go along. So there are 3 findings that are completely new and 4 that had some similarity to a year ago. The first one being bank and liability account reconciliations and timeliness of receipting. The first 3 here were reported in similar fashion a year ago. This one's one of them. And in this case, in each of the findings, the finding or the issue basically is laid out in the condition section. You have 5 or 6 sections here. You have criteria or specific requirement, condition, cause and effect, recommendations, and management's response. But the crux of the finding is generally in the condition section. And here, we noted that, in particular, related liability accounts of the trustee's office had 5 or 6 different matters that we came across, which are outlined in the condition, really related to reconciling liability accounts and certain reconciliation differences that we encountered. Some discrepancies in the prior years have not completely been resolved yet. Bank account reconciliations performed but not documented as reviewed by someone other than preparer, and some certain testing discrepancies that we had. Now, when we're talking about liability accounts, bank accounts are balanced, they're reconciled. What happens is to finish the reconciliation for the trustee's office, they are holding the cash, but the cash really belongs to a department or a fund, really a fund. And if receipts come in and they're not identified, with that receipt, how it should be coded, then that creates a dilemma for the trustee's office. So, and that's where these reconciling items are coming from. So it's not the bank account. Bank accounts are reconciled. They know how much cash they have, very good controls over that. It's identifying these loose ends and, think about how many transactions occur within the county in a month. And that's really the challenge here. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, let me go back to, because when this was discussed last year, if I'm not confusing the findings, this was one that there was some concern about the reconciliations. There was concern about how they were going to fix the reconciliation process, possibility of using a program or something from the bank, would that work or not? So I know there were some questions there, and this is a kind of a sidebar to the findings. And then also there was other questions on whoever the vendor was that maybe did we ever get any recourse out of them for, I think at the time we were thinking they didn't fully deliver or deliver as much as they should have. And so do you know anything, what the status of those?
I'm not sure about the status of the matter with the vendor. I think it's been resolved, but I'm not positive. Someone from the county can probably better answer that.
From the trustee's office? I can't see everybody back there.
Or it could even be finance might be able to answer too, but either or. From the vendor perspective, I'm not sure. No.
I can't see back there to know if we have anybody from.
Remember the vendor issue.
I think ultimately, Tyler, which is who does our accounting system and ERP as a whole, them or the bank don't offer any type of reconciliation software that works.
Right.
And so ultimately, I think what we have is what we have. We continue to see if there's anything on the market for such a thing, but we have so many accounts. I think that's what makes it more difficult.
Do you know anything about any recovery, Chris, with the vendor on the system?
There's nobody here from the trustees, or are they sitting in the back?
I think there's somebody here from the trustees. I can't see in this background there. It's hard for me to see faces, so.
Just ask out loud.
Is there anybody here from the trustee's office that
Yeah,
can
we got Robin here, and
Do they not want to appear?
now I think are you referring to eGov? I'm assuming the collection software. Is that?
I think so, yeah. Because that was a big issue last year, and more just because it delayed a lot of, the
Yeah, there
information.
was delays. I don't know if we ever recouped anything. We can follow up and find out. I know that Justin is in Nashville at a conference, and Pearl is sick and she can't be here, so we'll follow up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question on the
Oh, I'm
first
sorry.
page?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on 001, can we assume that the finance department, this was the first time this issue occurred, but with the trustee's office, it was more than 1 year?
Basically, I think as we dig deep into the situation, I think both the trustee's office and the finance officer, what I am encouraged by are trying to work together to resolve it. So I think there's a resolution. There has some of the reconciling items from a year ago have been resolved, but not all of them been resolved. There's progress made. There's communication that's increased, and I think there's some encouraging signs for that. I don't know that it's going to completely go away, but we'd like to see less open items than we currently do.
Okay. Thank you.
And guys, for your information, there's a page 27, a few pages back, that does kind of like we did with the school funds, findings from last year and their status. That gives you an overview. All right, Ted, you through with that one, or?
Yes, unless there's more questions. Okay.
No.
All right. Finding number 2 deals with the governmental law library issue, and we reported this a year ago. And upon the state investigative report that came out, this was one of those matters that the state would have expected us to put more information in this year's report. So that's why it's here this year, and it should go away next year.
So you were too nice to us last year, is that?
Well, it wasn't so much being too nice. It was a matter of investigation was still ongoing, and some things were not public at that.
I think that's right.
The state needed to finish their investigation before we could say more.
That's right. I remember now they were in the middle of it, or
Yes.
because I think they took it over after the county had already made gathered a lot of information about it. So.
In the end, I don't think they reported anything that the county had not identified on
Right.
its own. But we were cautious to say too much or too little just from the standpoint, with the investigation ongoing. So we made
Okay.
our finding more so was making aware of the situation pending.
So the amount that was paid as unearned compensation, was there any recourse on that, or is that just we had to let that go, or how did that get resolved?
I don't think there's any recourse on that unless there's any legal action that can be taken.
No, and I kind of agree, knowing the situation, that the supervision of the whole thing was kind of up in the air, and what were the instructions given and all that. So, but I just didn't know, where the state landed on all that. Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions on that one?
Finding number 3 is capital project budgeting for the school construction fund. And this was an item last year, and basically the schools took a stance a year ago that the cost-efficient corrective action plan would take 2 years. So since it's taken 2 years, it wasn't resolved as of June 30th of '23. It was resolved shortly after that. So this is not anything new, but since it still was in play and there still was expenditures in excess without a budgeting funding source during the year, it has to be presented again. And this is a finding that will go away after this year.
So of our significant findings, significant deficiencies, I guess, so far are the first 3 significant, or items 1 and 2 considered significant?
All of them are either significant deficiencies or compliance deficiencies. So
Okay, well-
they are, and I don't have that page with me, but on those 2 reports in the first, basically in pages 1 to 3 of the compliance report, there's one section in the front that identifies which ones are significant deficiencies, and then the compliance section which identifies which ones are compliance.
When we asked a little bit ago, would we be able to tell them when you went through these? I don't know if that's what you were asking about, Commissioner Schoonmaker, if we'd be able to tell which of these were deficiencies, or maybe that was Matt, I'm not sure, but it's not coming as clear to me without having to go look it up.
Okay. 1, 2, 4, and 5 we consider to be significant deficiencies.
Okay.
Issues of noncompliance were numbers 3 and 6. And that's also identified on page 2 of this report.
Great. Okay.
Okay. Going on to I'll go on to number 4. Bank reconciliations in clerk and master's office. Due to personnel turnover, it was noted that bank accounts were not reconciled and month-end close procedures not performed from September of '22 through March of '23 until the finance until the Finance Department began assisting with these reconciliations. As a result, Clerk and Master's Office did not have current financial information available during much of the year. And excess fees and commissions payable to Knox County were not calculated and made until after the end of the year.
So it's just timing differences on these?
In the end, they've caught up, I believe, with the reconciliations, and certainly the excess fees were paid. So for the most part, it's a timing matter.
And you said, well, where's my
Of course,
sheet?
there always are dangers, though, when you're not reconciling on a monthly basis.
So we said, okay, that was a deficiency, significant deficiency. And was that last year also, or?
No, this is a new matter.
Okay, for some reason I thought I remembered that. Maybe it came up during some of the other meetings or things we discussed in this past year.
Yes, we evaluated and looked at, in conjunction, in working with the Finance Department, the situation during the course of the audit as well. So we were made aware of it, and we helped evaluate it. Okay. Number 5, then.
All right, and you're okay with the management response on this one, on item 3?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for
No,
the page.
that's perfectly fine. Yes, I am, because
And I'm laughing because I was looking at the management's discussion for item 3, and I was going, that doesn't make sense. So I'll get on the right page, and it makes more sense now. So, okay.
the judges overseeing this are very involved in this and
Good.
want it taken care of, so.
Good.
Yes.
Good.
Actually was very pleased with their attention to it.
Great. Great. And is someone here from the Clerk and Master's office?
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Griswold. I'm the Clerk and Master of the Knox County Chancery Court.
Hi, Scott.
Did you have any questions or just?
I just didn't know if anybody was here, but they seem comfortable with what you all have done. Is it pretty much under control now?
It is. We've corrected all of the issues. We've hired some new personnel to oversee all of this. And when we came in and identified the issues, we took it seriously and got it knocked out as quick as we could.
Great. I appreciate that. Any questions? Any comments? Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay. Number 5 deals with approval of fraudulent checks. Finance informed us that approximately 50,000 of checks written by third parties were presented to the county for payment. They were initially rejected by the bank because they were not on the positive pay list. Finance Department has a process where an employee looks at those checks to see whether they should be approved or not. They had an employee who carelessly approved these checks, and as a result, they cleared the bank. And the county's in the process of trying to recover funds in this matter.
Okay, so the bank kicked it back first, and then we let it be resubmitted, or?
What happens
How does that work?
is checks that clear the bank, for the bank to clear them, they have to be on a positive pay list.
Okay.
Approved vendor list, basically.
Okay.
And it's common for there to be one-time checks or infrequent checks that would not be there. So then it's up to the county finance to go through and
Right.
carefully, meticulously look at and approve the ones that should be approved and not approve the ones that don't, because there are schemesters out there. So
Now, I see the word fraudulent checks, and to me, that kind of has a different meaning than if somebody just, didn't have the money for the account or wasn't properly registered as an approved vendor. I mean, in which case the money should have been recovered at some point. But it sounds like we haven't gotten all this money back yet.
I don't believe so, but.
Hey, Perry.
Hi, Perry Benchoff, Knox County Finance. That is still under the Knoxville Police investigation, and they're still working towards it. I doubt we'll see it, but we have not recovered anything at this point. But it is still an active investigation.
Okay.
Can I ask a question when you're
Sure, go ahead.
Perry, so I'm kind of familiar with how that works. So the bank red flagged the check amount, and then the employee went in on the computer screen and said it was okay to approve that check.
Basically.
Were these checks going to out-of-state entities?
Actually, some of them are local, and that's why it's a Knoxville Police investigation, because some of the addresses were actually in Knoxville.
Okay, and so how long ago did this occur?
That was about, was it last October? The year before? But yeah, it's been a while.
So it was 22,
No, it would have been in 23.
23? Okay. Okay.
I can't remember the exact time
Okay,
it happened,
okay,
I'm sorry.
okay.
But yeah, it's kind of unfortunate when this, one of our individuals just didn't.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
And you've had none since this was first discovered, none being approved as fraudulent checks since that time period?
No, because we have a new person involved in that now.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that kind of was removed from those duties.
Okay. Thank you.
Sounds like a beer board type question. Go ahead, Matt.
Do you know how many checks there were that constituted that 50,000?
I don't remember the number. How many checks? About 6 or 7, Perry said.
How many are they running? I don't know how many are on that report each day, just to give it some context. Just how many checks get flagged on that report, daily, weekly, monthly? I don't know how it tracks it, but.
Normally, there's not too many that get flagged. It's very few. And this just happened to be an occasion that these got flagged and the person just didn't do their job. Simple as that.
Yeah. And it's kind of a situation where there's only one person approving it.
Well, there was at that time. Now we've kind of put a few more controls in place where there's secondary looks at them too.
So when it says the supervisor will act as a backup, that's really a secondary approval.
Right.
Okay.
If anything comes through now that's flagged, there's going to be, a supervisor's going to take a look at them also.
Okay.
So but nothing has happened since this occurrence.
That's helpful. I read the response as backup being if they're not there that day. So I guess that's.
No, not necessarily. And like I say, it just doesn't happen that often that some of them get flagged. Most of them are on the list and they run through just like they're supposed to. So the controls are in place, they just didn't work at that time.
Yep.
Human error.
Hey, Perry, of
was
the six checks or so, were they from the same company or were they different vendors? Or could you tell, was there any relationship to them? Or?
I don't think there was a relationship. It seemed to be, as far as I can remember, they were just all individuals, not necessarily companies. If I
Okay.
recall. But just.
Okay. Any other questions on that item, guys? Item 5. Okay.
Okay. Number 6 deals with improper use of school equipment, basically personal use of lawn equipment and other equipment, and then eventually was identified as stolen and report was filed. But anyway, improper use of school equipment. And this is another matter that obviously something like this is what the state would want to be made aware of and governors may be made aware of. So, any questions on this circumstance?
Now this, I'm looking here. Did the state get involved in this one? Did they take it over?
Not to my knowledge, but KPD is involved in it.
Okay. Keeping it.
I was just saying, so the equipment was not returned to Knox County Schools then?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Matt, you got?
Yeah, I was just going to point out, the way it reads there, it feels like it needs to say that it was purchased with county funds versus just the employee purchased. That was the part that I just wanted to
Okay.
make sure, because how did that employee then have the
It
ability
was
to use county
purchased
funds?
with school funds.
Yeah.
Yes.
So did that go through the proper approval process?
Yeah, so he must have gotten approval to buy it, and then he just took it home.
Yes. That's what
I got
happened.
it. Okay, so it was a legitimate purchase.
Yes.
But then misappropriated, I guess would be.
Yeah. I believe it was, if I remember correctly, it was a track timing equipment.
I don't remember having heard about this one before. Usually we sort of get y'all informed, or we get informed as these things are happening, so I know. Okay, well, that's fine. I just, that one, I hadn't heard of that one.
And part of the issue there, and I apologize for that, is we were originally going to put this in the internal school funds report, and it was in the first draft of it. And then we realized it really is more of a central office matter than internal school fund matter. So we moved it, and as a result, we almost left it out of this report accidentally. That's why it's number 6 here. But so it slipped our mind for a little bit, but then we remembered that we had deferred from the internal school funds report and put it in the compliance report for Knox County.
Well, I agree with not putting it in the schools report, so. Okay, thanks.
But that's when it came up when we were doing the internal school funds audit, for instance. But of course, you have matters that are central office matters that come up at that point in time.
Because you say that happened, I guess they caught him on camera with one issue of taking something home.
Yes.
Now, I don't know how they found out the other one, but that was, and I see now where you've got the police report was filed, okay.
Yeah. Yes.
I wanted to ask Ron McPherson if there was is there somebody in Knox County Schools that follows up with the Knoxville Police Department on issues of this nature?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Now, once it's turned over to law enforcement, then at that point, they're taking the lead. I can tell you this employee no longer works for Knox County Schools, obviously. So it would, the course of action would have been a report, right? There would have been, appropriate human resources follow-up to that. With respect to the investigation itself, once it's turned over to law enforcement, then obviously, we would be, be informed of certain things, but they would be taking the lead on these types of matters when there's
Okay, but
alleged
no
crimes.
one at the schools checks every month with the Knoxville Police Department and say, what is the status of this case?
Well, we have an investigator on our staff, right, that works closely with the police department and also with the sheriff's department on matters like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, one dedicated specifically.
There is
investigator.
follow-up then?
Yes,
Okay.
we have an
Okay.
investigator. It's a part of our human resources department that's very instrumental in issues like this. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then finding number 7, and it's in a separate section because it's a federal award finding, deals again with the Emergency Rental Assistance Payments Program. And we had a matter a year ago where fraudulent payments were made to an outside source. This time, there were payments made to internal personnel who created and approved fraudulent applications to the program. So the fraudulent disbursements appear to be approximately $154,500.
What is the internal personnel? What is, I mean, internal to who?
Employees,
No, I mean like Knox County or somewhere in,
yes,
okay,
yes, Knox County.
okay. Okay. I think I remember something.
So was that in our community development department?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, I didn't know if you had a question. You didn't have a comment, did you? No.
It was identified internally and addressed, but as well, how the program's set up makes it a little challenging to identify that ahead of time, but
Sure.
they have made, that program has made put additional safeguards in place to monitor a situation, potential situation like that as they've identified in their response.
Because now last year, I think the thing that, the get out of jail free card that I think they got was because it allowed for it to be self-report or the self-certifying.
That's correct.
And was that the case here, or was that, had already been, the safeguard been put in to prevent that? Or to monitor that?
This happened after that. I think those safeguards were in place, but it was a matter of internal, departmental employees knowing how to set up and follow through with a claim, with an application.
And also, I guess from last year, there was really no recourse, or we didn't think there was. We weren't optimistic because, just trying to figure out, did we mention whether or not that's been recovered or not?
I'm not sure of the legal status of this. Do you know, Chris?
When Chris is sitting behind Ron and you turn and look, I'm wondering which one's going to answer. I don't remember hearing about that.
That's all, making sure. So yeah, this incident was related to, through community development with payments through CAC. And so I think that's how it's kind of internal in that regard. And so I think it's still, from my understanding, it's still being investigated. So there's no restitution yet. We'll see what happens.
So we just don't know right now, but somebody's chasing it.
Yeah, ultimately, I think when they were confronted, they kind of said, yes, we were involved, and then how does it go through that process? Yeah.
All right, thanks.
So, in other words, there was collusion in this situation,
And so that didn't.
internal.
That wasn't considered a significant deficiency. All right.
Well, in this case, it's considered
That's under the federal, no.
yeah, it's a federal award issue, federal program issue.
So that's the one that says where you got a yes check for any audit findings described in CFR 200.51, whatever.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what it comes under, yes.
Okay.
And we considered it also on page 4 as a instance of noncompliance in accordance with the program.
Okay.
So those are the findings that we have. As Chair said earlier, on page 27, lists prior audit findings and current status or reference. And corrective action plans follow that. And that's your report. Any other follow-up questions?
Hold on a second, just, so item number 3 was, I just trying to look at the management responses sometimes that are filed in the back don't always seem to match as much what's listed on the detail pages that we just went over.
And they don't have to match. You would think they'd be congruent, but they don't have to be exact. Because sometimes the corrective action plan will go into more detail.
Well, I guess the one I was looking at is, no, I'm sorry, that's the budgeting. I mean, that's the capital one. I think finance just funded it to take care of it. That was the only one I think I had a question on that. It wasn't any of the money we were missing that finance funded. It was just that capital item. Okay. All right. Do we have any more questions on? Do you have any more questions on this report? Or we're moving on to the next?
Yeah, I just want to we are moving on to the next, the state audit contract and addendum. Are you covering that or not?
That's
okay.
next, yes.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yes. I guess as background, basically, this is the state audit contract that's in the state's format that has our addendum. It has been reviewed and approved by county finance, the law department, and purchasing. So, and at that point, we are presenting it to the audit committee to present to commission.
And I'm finally, after a few years here, it's starting to sink in how this works a little bit because, a few months ago we said we're not going to rebid. That took out procurements. Otherwise, they'd been going down a different path, to bid this and everything.
Right.
So that then was an approval. It wasn't. I guess it was an approval, but just saying we weren't intending to go out for bids, and then. So now it's coming along, and as I understand it, this is really an addendum for us. This is an addendum to the contract between us and Pew, right?
Well, the addendum is basically our language that's required by professional auditing standards.
But I'm talking about from a contract standpoint.
The state contract is required by the state of Tennessee. That is not our form. It's the state of Tennessee's
form. No,
form.
I realize all that. I'm just
Okay.
thinking, sort of putting the pieces, trying to remember how this works, is that it's really the three pieces there, and it's being put together. And so now it's up for, I think I remembered you saying that the state won't, do they still keep draft on this page?
Yes, the draft will not come off.
Until we sign and you sign, right?
Correct. The state's draft stays on through their program until it's a tri-party agreement between the county, the audit firm, and the state until all three sign, then it comes off.
So let me take this a step or two further. I'm just getting ready to make sure clear what it is we're going to do, have a motion on. So this will be for the, really it's going to cover the period of April 1, 2024, and ends March 31st of 2025. So, and I understand how we did all that to keep it a full year, but to have you all available under contract to us a full year. I think this is the second extension of that contract. Does that sound right? Of our contract?
That sounds correct. I know we're still under the extension period, or
Okay,
annual extension evaluation period.
And this this just has to be signed, I guess, by the mayor. There's a page in here for the mayor to sign. And maybe somebody from the law office. All I'm trying to do is I don't think that we're not signing anything here. And all we need to do is then just approve it.
We have to vote on it.
Yeah, I think it's just a vote from us that gets
Right.
it sent to the commission as a recommendation.
So what I'm looking for is, can we, see if I'm saying this right, Ted, can we have a motion that we approve the extension of this contract to cover the April 1, 2024 through March 31, 2025?
That's the performance period. It covers the financial audit for the period of July 1st, 23 through June 30th, 24. That's the period that we're auditing, and the period of the services really is April 1st, 24 through
Right.
March 31st of 25.
And I'll second that. And then
Motion to approve.
And do we need to include that it's for approximately $358,500?
That doesn't hurt. I don't know if that's,
Or we can just approve it
We're just
and
approving
send
the
it on to
extension.
commission?
Yeah.
yeah.
Motion to approve.
And second.
And one more item of discussion, when, is this going to go to county commission?
Next month.
Next month? or-
April.
Okay, so it'll be in
Yes,
April,
April.
okay. All right, so we have a motion and we have a second, correct?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. I think that's it. Ted, are you through?
I think so.
Golly, we let you, oh no, we got to be out of here by 4:30, so.
We left Zach a little bit of time.
Yeah, Zach's got 30 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Ted.
Zach Fullerton, Knox County Internal Audit. Good afternoon, Audit Committee. Hope you're all doing well. It seems like we were just here for the February meeting. I know how much you guys love seeing me, so I understand. All things considered, got a pretty short update, so I think 28 minutes should be plenty. In your packets, I'll start on page 2, which is the list of ongoing projects. First, of course, we've got the fleet management project. Richard and Spencer are really at the finish line in terms of the field work. I think I've got it there as status and field work. Really, it's over. Field work's done. We met with Chris Caldwell and the law department earlier this month. We had a really, really productive conversation. I think we're going to be able to bring some really significant positive changes to the county in this audit. I think as it stands now, management's on board with updating the fleet management policy, bringing it into current times, and we may actually also have a recommendation in that audit for county commission to update some of the Knox County code, sort of bring it in compliance with our current practices. So I think it's going to be a really positive audit. We'll see how things shake out in the drafting process. But either way, it will be the next one to close, and we'll have it for discussion in June.
Do you think those recommendations that you're talking about will be part of the audit report?
Yeah, they will, yes, sir.
Well, good luck with those.
Thanks. Next is the Knox County Sheriff's Office IT inventory audit. We were able to get through planning really quickly. I think we know exactly what we want our testing to look like, how we're going to tackle it. Richard's already sort of pulled the testing samples, some of them. Lori will be reaching out to the officers to confirm their IT inventory. So Captain Aaron Yarnell is in charge of that division, and I just wanted to give them a shout out. When we showed up, our first face-to-face meeting, he had like a binder put together in anticipation of our audit with lots of documentation and everything he thought we would need. So, you know, it's always nice to see that as when you show up for an audit engagement. But anyway, we're making good progress there, and the plan is to have that to present to you in June as well. Third is the fiscal year 25 risk assessment. You know, started that project. Really, the first thing I did is sort of sit down with Jennifer Bodie, the budget director, went through the budget, trying to understand all of the different departments, their functions, who the contact is, want to make sure that I don't miss anybody. Then started to put together some questionnaires to have those conversations with the department heads and their financial representatives. Sort of a daunting task when you think about how many county departments there are, how many layers there are at the school, how many layers there are at the sheriff's office. But certainly, you know, I'll be talking to the people who have the most impact, who know the risks the most, and can give me the best information. Keep in mind, there won't be an audit report that comes out of that. It will feed the fiscal year 25 audit plan. So just to keep that in mind. Last is the school's fleet management. I still want to get this started soon, but it really just boils down to staffing. When we can get a new person, we can sort of dedicate them to this project.
So is this one the school fleet?
School's fleet, right.
Versus the first one that was, is that Knox County or?
Yes, sir, just general county for that first one. It's two different governance models, and that's why we split that up, as well as the sheriffs at 3 really separate entities.
I don't guess those will really merge the two. I guess they've got too much to stay separate. Well, that's a question.
Yeah, not really. I mean, they have separate policies. So if we make a recommendation to update the county's fleet policy, that will be separate from the school's fleet policy. Once we get the regular fleet done, Spencer will free up and can likely work on this as well. I did want to note that in the last CCFO meeting, I was talking to Jennifer Himmelgarn. She's one of the assistant superintendents. She indicated that they are already making some improvements to the school fleet because she knew it was on our radar. So I think that's a great thing. I think it's a proactive approach. I like to hear that, just the thought of me showing up can create change. So always good there, right? If you go to our next page, you'll have the closed project. Since we last met in February a few weeks ago, we closed out both of our CREs, the Knox County Health Department fee collection, and then the non-departmental account. So just bear with me for a moment. We'll get to that on the CRE page.
Okay.
If you'll go to that next page, page 4 of your packet, general updates about our office, first staff news. Just wanted to let you all know that Richard, he just crossed his 4-year mark with the county and with our department. He's going to be taking over some of the manager responsibilities going forward, giving him a little bit of a heavier load right now. He's also working through his certified internal auditor designation. So the goal is to, once he's completed that, fully move over more management responsibilities to him. We did post a lead auditor position. And I don't know if you guys know this, when you actually post a position with the county, it only goes on the county's website. It doesn't go to like Indeed or outside places. So I used some of our budgeted dollars to pay to post it on Indeed, sponsor it. Got a fair amount of interest. We interviewed one person about a week and a half ago, another individual yesterday. So, we're just working through it, the constant hiring cycle. It's always fun, but I do think we will find someone and just continue to grow the staff, even if that person, maybe they're not a lead, maybe they're an entry, and we bring someone in to try to
and
grow them
maybe the
internally.
county doesn't have enough reason to link to Indeed, but I thought Andrea had worked that out back when she had the tidal wave of trying to get people, and I'm pretty sure, I thought she got it set up to where, maybe that was just a one-time thing where they took it over there. But just do me a favor and ask them or unless you're certain already that.
Sure, yeah, I'll
there's
talk
no
to
connection.
HR about it. And I do think it would be a good idea for all of our positions. I'm so naive, I didn't realize that when you post it on Indeed and it costs money to get it to the front page or so there's a cost there, but not a lot of people know to look for jobs on Knox County government's website.
Right.
So let's see. And then a quick update on the Dynetics project. That's our IT external auditors. It's moving along nicely. The system development lifecycle review, it actually started the day of our last meeting. They had a follow-up meeting last Friday. I think it'll be done soon. They have been testing on the employee requisition application. IT was actually able to set them up with a remote testing environment, which is great because it saves on travel costs, which saves our money. And I think everything's moving really well on that. They got the first finding to me about that app last week. I met with the IT applications director, Antoine, this morning to give them the heads up, and they're already making corrections. So, progressing nicely. And then 2 other quick items. I just wanted to mention that Richard and I met with our HighBond representative last year. So HighBond, if you'll recall, is our audit software program that we use. We've used it since about 2020. And HighBond's pricing is actually set up so that every year it increases by 8%, which seems fairly steep to me. As you can imagine, that gets high pretty quickly. The only thing they can do for us is to lock us in for a 3-year term at an escalation rate of 5%, a little more reasonable. So just wanted to make you guys aware. We'll work with finance and procurement to make sure that, that we're getting the best deal and we know what the best path forward is. We do want to keep high bond. We like high bond.
Good.
But we want to use taxpayer dollars efficiently.
Do they also track, don't they help with the hotline?
They do. Our hotline runs through high bond.
I think that's one of the things when we switched over a few, did you say 2020?
I think it was around 2020, yeah.
That sounds about right, because I know Andrea is working on that, and getting a hotline in there was kind of an important deal too, so, okay.
Sure. The second listed item there, it just wanted to note that the GAO, Government Accountability Office, just released the 2024 revision to the Yellow Book, which supersedes the 2018 version. So the Yellow Book is like our Bible, right? It's like a new Bible is coming out. It's very, very big news. It's obviously been 6 years since a new copy's come out. If you'll remember last time we talked about the IIA updates, this is a little bit different. This is the Yellow Book that we are specifically beholden to in the code. So just wanted to let y'all know, we're aware. I asked the staff and myself to do some training. We've got access to an online training program that'll talk to us about the new updates. I think it's mostly centered around quality control management from what I've heard, but we'll make sure our operations conform well before.
I don't want to go into any detail on it, but you have a feel for what items you'll be targeting to comply with?
I honestly, from what I've seen so far, I think we are in compliance, and probably just a couple of tweaks, wording changes around that quality control process, which, that's what we do on the back end at the end of a project, a secondary set of eyes. You have the person who performs the work, then the reviewer, then the quality control reviewer comes in on the back end to make sure everything is factual and correct. So always new standards to follow. It's always fun.
I'll leave that up to you guys.
Okay. If you'll turn to page 5, so we get into the control risk evaluations. As I mentioned, we finished both the Knox County Health Department fee collection and the non-departmental CRE. In the email I sent to you last week, I actually included an just a one-page executive summary for both of those. I mentioned in the email, we have not previously created reports for CREs. I know it's just one page, but I thought it would maybe be beneficial for you all to have a little more insight into the project, just some background on what we reviewed, why we reviewed it, and then, of course, a breakdown on the assurance score. So, if there's any issues with those high-level summaries, let me know. But I think the intent is to utilize those going forward, in addition to the summary page that you get in your packet. Both of those reports are in the printed copies that you have at the very back of your printed report. So let me first talk about the Knox County Health Department fee collection. Lori worked on this project. I know we talked about it a little bit last time. We were sort of looking at 4 distinct areas: vital statistics, which is birth certificates, death certificates, things of that nature; the dental clinic, which provides dental services to community members; environmental health, that's air quality, groundwater, food program; and then, of course, we also looked at the health department's finance office, because once fees are collected and processed, they go to the finance office. So overall, we looked at 46 risks, 44 controls, only identified 5 gaps, and that left us with an overall assurance score of 89%. In my mind, that's a really strong score. The report itself breaks that down a little bit more into the different divisions that I just mentioned. I think the biggest area of worry for me was, I guess, with the environmental health division. We noted that at times inspectors for the food program were collecting fees in the field during their on-site inspections, which, of course, whenever you collect fees in the field and you have to transport it back to the central office, that creates an additional layer of risk that, hey, the money fell down in my seat, got misplaced. Not that permits could be issued before that money was returned, but just for the security of the funds, a little bit additional risk there, right? There was also a little bit of a segregation of duties risk that was simply just due to the limited amount of staff that the Environmental Health Division had. We talked to Kevin Parton, the Health Department Director, about these results. He indicated that they're already making improvements. I think they're actually going to almost completely stop taking payments in the field,
Right.
or use it as an absolutely very last resort. We were talking before the meeting, you can imagine food program inspectors for like a food truck. It's very difficult because they move around, it's transitory in nature. So I think all of that to say, if we went back now with the things that they're already doing, I think you would see a higher score for that division. So
The score itself is, I guess, kind of the end of the ball game here is, it seems like you're pretty satisfied with what's going on, and this is in lieu of doing a full-fledged audit with all the other overhead type work you have to do with that, and just in the process of everything. So your recommendation essentially is you made a few change recommendations, and that's it, and they're taking care of them, and then so they're in good shape as far as you're concerned, right?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I think my personal recommendation from a risk assessment standpoint is we don't need to go back in and do a further review at this time.
Okay.
I think we don't make formal recommendations in CREs, but we do have those informal discussions, get some assurance from management that they are cognizant of the issues and willing to make improvements. So that's what we wanted.
So if you had one that you didn't feel good about, then you'd put it on the audit plan or something?
Exactly, yeah,
Okay.
especially if we know that problems are.
Have we had any of those? I know you got a list of them that are on here, so we can go back a ways.
Well, school coupon books is always an issue that we've discussed many times. Difficult problem to solve, as we've heard about, but we may want to do some additional assurance work in that field. Clerk and master, I know they're here. We may at some point revisit them. But I think it is important to not, I want to give a little bit of graciousness to when they are making improvements, make the improvements, and then we'll come in and.
So this 43% assurance rating of the clerk and master, that you think that's improved already, or?
I would say so from what I have heard from talking
Okay.
during our meetings with Chris but certainly when I get into the depths of the risk assessment process for next fiscal year, I'll want to talk to clerk and master and try to analyze that situation.
Are they aware of any issues that you might be aware of that would help them, or that you would make it an issue in your next review? I mean, give them a hint of if you know something that would help them is all I'm saying.
Sure. Oh, for sure. That's one of the questions I always ask. How can we help these departments? We want to be a service department and have that mindset and make the departments we work with better. So, I would love to get more management requests in the future if someone sees our value and wants to use our services. I think that's really great. Last thing on that, and I'll try to be quick. I just wanted to, give credit to Kevin. Kevin Parton's always great to work with. Lori had really great conversations with everyone at the health department.
Is he here?
He is. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, it's so hard to distinguish faces way back there with the background. Well, thanks for being here, sir.
Let's turn now to the second CRE, which was the non-departmental account. That's 101-6950 in the operating budget. If you want to go back and look at the budget for that account. Spencer completed this project. I assisted a bit. If you'll recall, there was some questions in our minds just about the expenses that hit that account. Just wanted to get some assurance regarding the accountability and transparency over the account. As I put in the report, the account is really utilized for non-recurring expenses that don't necessarily make sense elsewhere or can't necessarily be, budgeted for at the beginning of the year. For me, the classic example that we heard was on the 6th floor, the city needed to do some HVAC work. I think it was repairs or maybe a full replacement. Their offices are very close to county payroll offices. When the HVAC work happened, it impacted our systems. So there was some needed HVAC work in the payroll office. Well, obviously, we hadn't budgeted for that on the front end, right? You don't know that that's going to occur. So an expense like that would hit the non-departmental account.
And Zach, I asked him before this started, is this just like miscellaneous that a lot of companies call this account? And that seems like what it is.
It is, yes, sir.
Okay.
I just wanted to switch it to non-departmental because that's what it's formally named in the budget that the commission sees. You also have expenses in there like for things like commission designations, which obviously those get the additional layer of control that commission has to approve them. You have the legislative control there. Ultimately, this project was a little bit smaller. We looked at 9 total risks, 12 total controls, only identified 1 gap. It gave us an overall assurance score of 96, so really good score there.
Yeah.
No reason to go back in and perform a full audit, in my opinion. The only gap was just obtaining a second and sometimes a third level of approval just from the executive management side. So, make sure on those we've got either Chris or Perry or Jeff Clark, Jennifer Bodie, someone at that executive level puts their signature on the expense and verifies it. But again, thanks to all of the finance staff who helped us. Their offices are located directly next to ours. I just poked my head in people's offices, probably startled a lot of people, but I got a lot of useful information. So that's it for the CREs. You'll turn in your packet to page 6, the hotline update. If you'll recall, we had 1 open investigation in our last meeting. It's since been closed out. It was a non-county issue, so no significant legwork there, but haven't really received anything new at this point, so a little bit of a quiet period. Did get a request from someone at the libraries the tail end of last week for the hotline posters, which, if you remember, we revised those, updated them back in October, so I still had people reaching out to get new posters. She needed like 20 of them, so I ran those over yesterday, and hopefully those will be hung up sometime this week. And then if you'll turn to page 7, we have our recommendations list. The only change there is that 3 of the open recommendations were closed out. These were related to the Knox County surplus audit. I think it was the 2024 January commission where commission voted to update the procurement manual. Those updates were in response to these recommendations. So happy to see that taken care of, fixing those issues that were identified in the audit. And I think that's it for me, but happy to answer any additional questions.
Any other questions? All right. That takes care. Where are we on the schedule? We are now right now our next meeting is scheduled for June on a Tuesday. It'll be at 3 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman, could we request that meeting be at, say, 2:30 so that we don't run into the issue where we're losing a board member?
Right.
Actually, can I ask a question? Is there any reason why we can't do this meeting in the morning, like 9 a.m.? Because
you all pick the time.
It just seems afternoons are harder and harder.
Care.
They're harder for me. They're harder for him. They're harder for him. I just assume. Is there any reason from any of our team that we couldn't do it at 9 a.m. in the morning and just knock it out? And
I don't know if I thought the city had. Y'all didn't want them on Mondays,
No, not when we're doing meetings. But,
and so that.
Or even, well, you could do it at Wednesday then, in case we have a late meeting on.
I just can't remember. The city has sometimes here that's their time. So, but I'll ask. To find out if it's even open.
Yeah, just the availability of the room.
Like today, Matt's wife had a change, so his schedule slipped a little bit on him, and that's why he had to leave. So, okay.
Is Pew and Company alert at 9 a.m.? Are they ready to go? And you can do it?
They can do it. Okay. All right. So I'll check to see if it can be in the AM at 9. And that one's 3 months away anyway. So, but I'll go ahead and call Drew now. No other business? Does have any other business?
Motion to adjourn?
If not, can we have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're done. And I don't know if anybody's here from
Cedar Lane?
city. You can come up here and grab your seats if you belong.
Okay.
Same.
Okay. Ready? Okay. Hello, Knoxville. This is your Knoxville Beer Board. Today is March 19th, 2024. So just to be clear for everybody, this is the Beer Board meeting at 5 o'clock, not to be confused with the council meeting that's at 6. Welcome everyone here and to those watching at home. Mr. Johnson, will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Fugate,
Here.
Councilwoman Helsley, Councilwoman McKenzie, Councilwoman Parker, Councilwoman Ryder,
Here.
Councilman Roberto.
Here.
Councilwoman Singh, Vice Mayor Smith.
Here.
And Councilman Thomas. Here. 5 members present.
Thank you. The minutes of the last meeting were distributed by email. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Okay, the minutes stand approved as distributed if there are no corrections. I'm changing things. It is.
Shaking things up. That's good.
I'm going to credit Mr. Johnson with that. So, all right, moving on. Mr. Johnson, do we have anyone signed up for public comments germane to today's agenda?
There was no one signed up.
All right. Seeing as no one has signed up for public comment to the Beer Board, we will move on. The next matters of business are items to be postponed or withdrawn. Mr. Byrd, are there any applicants requesting a postponement? Mike.
Chair, yes. In addition to 5A and 5B already in that section, 6B, 6C, 6D, 6G, 6H, and 6L would all need to be postponed until the April meeting, April 16th.
Okay. So in addition to those already denoted, 5A and 5B, we have 6B, 6C, 6D, 6G, 6H, and 6L postponed to the April meeting. Without objection, I'll consider those postponed as requested. Mr. Byrd, are there any applicants requesting a withdrawal?
Chair, there are no applicants requesting a withdrawal.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Before we get started, I have a few announcements. When I call the names of the businesses applying for the permit, please come to the podium, state your name and address clearly into the microphone for the record. Applicants who are approved pending final documentation will need to bring their completed documents to the business tax office during regular business hours. Applicants that have their permit approved tonight can pick up their permit at the end of the meeting. Finally, as I am chairing the meeting, other members will be making motions in the 4th District. Let's get started. All right, we'll see if I can keep up with which ones got withdrawn. Our first agenda item is 6A, Arab Fest, Noah Dunwoody. Do we have Mr. Dunwoody here? Okay, thank you. You'll approach the podium and give your name and address for the record.
Noah Dunwoody. It's for Arab Fest, and the address is 415 Southgate Street.
Okay. Mr. Byrd.
We would just need approval from the Special Events Department.
Okay. Sergeant Taylor.
No record.
Okay. Do I have any discussion or a motion?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you, sir, and appreciate it. Okay, our next agenda item is, yes, Fanatic Brewing, Marty Vellis. There we are. This is what I need to put some paper to scratch. Hold on, I'm gonna make myself a list. Okay.
Mr. Bellis, you need to hit the mic.
Is the microphone lit up, the
No.
red? Push the button.
There's a button to the right.
Does it
Yeah.
turn red? Yes. Now, start again. Name and address for the record.
Name, Marty Velez, residing at 7113 Hickory Hills Drive, 37919.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to do this in the right order this time. Sergeant Taylor.
No record.
Okay. Mr. Byrd.
That file is complete.
All right. Have any discussion or questions? Would you like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Microphone, please.
I'll make a motion to approve. I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ayes have it. Okay. Our next agenda item, 6F. Correct. Okay. Fiore Bar and Lounge. Jesse Vose or Vose, you can correct me with pronunciations, please.
Jesse Vose, 303 Lakeview Cove Drive, Loudon, 37774.
All right, thank you. Sergeant Taylor?
No record.
Mr. Byrd?
We would need the certificate of occupancy and health department approval.
Okay. Any discussion or questions?
Final documentation.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. All right, our next agenda item is item 6I, Makers Incorporated, Karen Harden. Do I have anyone? Karen Harden from Makers Incorporated. Thank you.
Karen Harden, 1209 Callaway Street, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37921.
Thank you. Sergeant Taylor?
No record.
Mr. Byrd?
That file is complete.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Okay. Ms. Harden, is this, real quick before you go, I was just going to ask you, so this is for a special event, a Taste of Tennessee Music and Food Festival at World's Fair Park?
Yes.
Okay, is this a new event? Is it the first time?
First annual.
Okay, is it to benefit a particular entity or?
It's for my organization, and I also be done, some of the proceeds will be going to 3 other organizations, I'm sorry.
Okay, and what's the organization? Is it Makers Incorporated or?
Yes, Makers Incorporated is my organization. It is for mental health awareness for the African American community. And I also be donating some of the proceeds to East Tennessee Support Cancer Center and a youth organization, which is CCYSP. And I also will be donating some of the proceeds to the Beck Cultural Center. So each year this year I pick the groups, but next year I will allow the people that come to the event to put the groups in and we'll pull for a group. But I will be picking 3 groups each year to give to a nonprofit organization.
Okay, well, thank you. And it looks like your event's May 25th and 26th.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm very excited to see you added to the mix. All right, I think we had a motion and a second. I can't remember if we voted or not. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, ayes have it. All right, next is, hang on a second, is it J? Okay. 6J, Monday Night Brewing, Joel Iverson. Hi.
Yes, ma'am. Hi there. Yes, we're Monday Night Brewing at 2110 Chapman Highway.
Okay. Sergeant Taylor.
No record.
Mr. Byrd.
We just need the certificate of occupancy and the health department approval.
Okay.
I'll move to approve pending final documentation.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion or questions?
You just remind everybody where 2100 or 2110 Chapman Highway is and.
Yeah, so it's the Kearns Bakery development that's all getting redeveloped there, and so we're going to be kind of the first thing opening that. Hopefully in about 3 weeks is the plan. So it's been a long time in the planning stages, but we're kind of finally on the goal line stretch here.
We're officially on the record holding you to that, so.
Okay.
No pressure.
Okay.
Good try.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, thank you. Ayes have it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item is 6K, Muse Knoxville, Kelly Stiles.
Kelly Stiles, 3616 Montgomery Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Sergeant Taylor.
No record, and just try to get the cast completed before your event.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Byrd.
That file is complete.
All right.
I'll move to approve pending final documentation.
Any discussions or question? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Stiles. Okay, our next agenda item is 6M Taj Indian Bistro. Do we have anyone here from Taj Indian Bistro? I'm going to hold this one to the end, if that's okay. Okay, we'll come back to 6M. Unless someone pops up. All right. I'm going to move on to 6N, the Hazen Historical Museum Foundation, Whitney Patelka. Please correct my pronunciation. Whitney.
Whitney's not here tonight. I'm Teresa Mabry, and it's for the Mabry Hazen House, a fundraiser on their behalf.
Okay. Sergeant Taylor?
No record, but she will need to complete the cast class as well.
Yes, and she's aware of that. It's on Thursday.
Okay. Mr. Byrd?
That file is complete.
Okay. Any questions or discussion? Okay, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Oh. Yeah, yes, subject to final documentation.
Correct.
Was that the motion? Cast class. Okay. Are we? What other?
That's it.
Oh, your mic wasn't on, so then, okay. Is everyone satisfied? Okay. Everyone satisfied? Okay. We have an adequate motion and a second. Did we vote on this? Yes. Confused in the, all right. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, we're going to move on to the addendum items now. Our first one is 7A. Chismosa, Cocktails, and Comida, Emmanuel Limon.
Chair, they have actually picked up their permit.
Oh, that is right. You did mark that one. We'll move on then. That was just to test my pronunciation skills. 7B, Dash and Go, Tamalin Harper. Anyone from Dash and Go here? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Tamalin Harper, 2128 East Magnolia Avenue.
Thank you. Sergeant Taylor?
No record.
Okay, because these are addendum items. So, Mr. Byrd, do you have anything? We're outstanding.
We're just waiting on the certificate of occupancy.
Okay. Ms. Harper, what's the status? What are the updates?
So the updates is it took me a while to get someone to be able to draw up the plans for us. They ended up being a huge bill that I wasn't expecting. So it took a while to find someone. We found someone last week that can kind of help us out, get the plans drawn up. So we submitted the information to them. He told me it was going to take us somewhere between 10 and 14 days for him to get the information back to us. So I am working on it, trying to get it done. It's just, like I say, it was an unexpected expense, huge. So someone was supposed to call me from the last time I was here to help me, but I could never get in touch with anyone, but this is where I am on this. So I'm still working on it.
Okay. I'm trying to remember, because, sorry. I can't remember if I spoke to you or if somebody else spoke to you. Maybe Councilwoman McKenzie. Do you remember who spoke to you?
I think it was you.
You think it was?
I think it was.
Okay, so right now you've turned in plans to the building department, or you're waiting on this person who drew the plans to get them to you?
So what happened was they, once I went up to the permit office for the plans, they told me to write the plans up. I got someone to do that, and then they ended up telling me that it was the wrong thing that I had as far as the permit, and they couldn't accept those plans. So once it began with the building being an overall overlay or outlook of the entire building instead of the part that the store is occupying. So partially, the store is only occupying a part of that. Well, now they want a whole outlook of the entire building. So like I said, this became an expense I didn't expect to have for the store to carry beer, but this is where I am. I've been working on it. Like I said, it took a little minute to get this going, but we did find someone.
Okay. For the rest of the beer board, the history of this is they were approved pending final documentation July 25th, 2023. We gave an extension on November 28th, 2023. And so here we are again. And I don't know if anybody wants to ask some questions or make a motion.
My light's not working, so that's convenient. What I was going to ask is, how much time do you feel that you'll need to get everything completed? Typically, we'll do a 90-day extension, and you can always turn everything in early, so you don't have to wait the 90 days. So if you get it done sooner, but do you feel like you've got 90 days would get you where you need to go?
Yes, I do. Now that, like I say, the cost is not so much of an issue anymore, once I found out the information that it took to get someone to draw out the plans, an architect, that was, like I say, a huge expense I never expected. With a lot of things that was going on with the building, it's maintenance, just routine. Normally, like I say, this was just an unexpected cost. So now that we have someone, yes, I think it will be done before the 90 days, but the 90 days would be great just to cover.
Well, I'll make a motion to extend for 90 days. And I also just wanted to point out, just like the chair mentioned, you had been approved pending final documentation in July of last year. So if we get too close to that July date, typical policy for Beer Board would have you go through the background check again. And so just if you get close to that July date, just remember that when you come back, you're probably going to get asked if you did that.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Councilman Roberto, could I get you to revise your motion to June instead of 90 days?
Oh, yeah, you know what? I have a problem with saying the number of days instead of the month, so I'm going to say June to make it easier. So I'll give you till June. Will that work for you?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Harper, I'm asking someone from the building department to give you a call. Okay? All right, thank you. Okay, our next agenda item is 7C, Fast Hand Tavern, Kevin Hibbs, Amber Green.
Hello, Kevin Hibbs, 3800 Sutherland Avenue.
All right, Mr. Hibbs, would you like to give us an update?
We had an issue with an investor that kind of put us at a holding pattern for a couple months there. We just got that figured out, so we should be making some major steps very shortly.
Okay. So the history is you were approved September 20th, 2022. And then we had you visit us again for an extension January 24th, 2023, May 16th, 2023, August, September, and January. So were you in a hold during a lot of
Not for the whole time, but we ran into some unexpected plumbing issues that came up to a lot of money.
Mr. Byrd, what are we outstanding on this one?
Just the certificate of occupancy for the inspections approval. Fire is approved already.
Okay. Yes. Councilman Roberto?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The last meeting we had, you guys were noticed to be here and you weren't here. that is troublesome.
And I apologize for that. I did not, I missed that email, and I apologize for that. That was not intentional.
And you ended up in good shape because that was the same day we had the snow. So
that's my excuse.
It's possible that you couldn't leave your house, so I'll give you an extension.
I would have walked if I had to, but I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
I understand. So one of the things that I'm concerned with here too is the history that the chair just went through. This has been going on for a long time, and I understand that you can run into unexpected things.
Sure.
That happens. It has been, I think, more than a year since you've done a background check.
Yeah, and I'm willing to do that again. I'll go through that whole process again.
Okay, so I'm willing to give you an extension if you'll go through the background check again. Do you feel like you could get this done by June?
I'd like to think so, yes.
Okay, and of course, if I give you till June, then you can always come in early, and when you're done,
absolutely,
you get it all turned in.
Come in tomorrow, I will.
Because we love to see you, but I'm sure you've got better things to do with your time.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, we'll go ahead and extend until June, since they're going to do their background check again.
Sergeant Taylor.
You'll also need to take the CAST class again. So to Councilman Roberto's point, when you come and take that class, you can do the background the same day.
Okay.
Okay. Councilman Roberto, did I hear a formal motion?
I move to give them till June, so extend to June.
Okay, and now I hear a second. Any further discussion? I feel like I've turned away from this. Okay. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, 7D, fuel stop. Samir Ramji? Is there, okay, great.
Samir MG, 4903 Clinton Highway.
Thank you, sir. Can you give us an update?
I'm waiting on my driveway permit from the TDOT. They were going through a transition period, so it got delayed, and now they are starting to respond again. So my engineer have been submitting them the plans to fix our driveway, and once they approve it, we can move forward.
Okay. Let's see. Mr. Byrd, what all do you have outstanding?
We just need the certificate of occupancy and then approval from the Department of Agriculture.
Okay. Sergeant Taylor, I think this one's not as old, so we're pretty good shape. Okay. Just for the beer board, this one was approved November 28th, 2023, and given an extension. No, I'm sorry. It expired now. Sorry. Any questions, comments?
Yes. Mr. Ramsey, you've made a lot of progress, and so you only like a little bit of documentation. Do you think you can have it done in 90 days?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I will move to extend the permit until June or about 90 days.
Whichever comes. That's called a mixed motion. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. I believe Mr. Johnson loves our humor. He does. Or Mr. Frost. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, sir, you have an extension until June.
Thank you.
Ballpark 90 days. Next is 7E, Ian's Market, 118. Moise Pirani. Is there anyone here from Ian's Market 118? Okay, we can. I see no one. We can come back and do one more call here at the end. Mr. Byrd, if you haven't heard from anyone for that.
I have not, Chair.
Okay. All right. Next is Luniverse, Bernadette West. I haven't seen her either. Agenda item 7F, Luniverse, Bernadette West. Okay. I'll come back and call that one again before we wrap up. Next agenda item, 7G, Shell Food Mart. Is there anyone here from Shell Food Mart? Dipali Patel? I know.
I had actually heard from them when I sent out the notice, so I expected that she would be here, but I don't know what has occurred since then.
Okay, I'll come back around. We'll do from the top here. We're going to move on to 7H, Tienda y Carniceria. My goodness, La Bonita, Luis Soto Hercules. You get to correct any of my mispronunciations.
Good evening, Luis Soto Hercules, 4101 Bruin Road.
All right. So your beer permit was first approved May 16th, 2023. And then we had a couple of extensions. And so can you give us an update of where things are for you?
Yeah, so right now we're waiting for the architect to give us the proposal for us to submit it to the office, to the city office. And so we're just waiting for that.
Okay, so you don't have approved plans. You've got to turn drawings in to get approved plans?
We've gone through like the process and we've submitted papers and drawings and stuff. So they reviewed it and they've gave us comments and stuff, but they've told us that we need to get an architect to do us another plan.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so you're resubmitting?
Yeah.
Okay, so you do not have a permit for the work that needs to be done?
Not yet, no.
Okay,
No.
okay, I'm just trying to figure out where you were in the process. Okay, so Mr. Byrd, your notes are?
We would just need the certificate of occupancy, of course, and then the health department approval would typically follow that, so.
Okay, all right. What all build out do you need to do once you get your permit? What building modifications are you doing?
It's simple stuff. They are asking for a wooded gated around the trash bin.
Okay.
Some plumbing. It's really simple stuff.
Okay.
So after we get approved, for us to start working, it shouldn't be about 2 to 3 weeks to get that.
Okay, so not
done.
a full build out?
Yeah, it's not a whole lot.
Okay. Sergeant Taylor?
He is still good on my end. The cast is not expired yet.
Okay, how much longer does he have on that?
I should have wrote that down, but he had until the end of April. But I forget
Okay.
what specific date.
Okay. All right. Any questions, comments?
Yeah, it looks like you've been really busy in getting things in order and just need a little bit more time. Would it help you to say maybe June?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll move to extend the permit to June, please.
Okay. All right, got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, ayes have it. You have an extension till June. Hopefully you can wrap up by
Yes,
then.
yes.
And
Thank
not
you.
come back to us.
I know.
Okay, next on the agenda is 7I, Tobacco Shop, Gunvantre Patel. Is there anyone here from Tobacco Shop? 700 Merchants Drive.
I did see Mr. Patel last week. And he
You
was-
did? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But I can't pick him out of the crowd here today, so I'm not sure where.
This is the best attended beer board I've ever seen in my life. It's hard to see people. Okay. I'll come back and do one more roll call through. So let's move on to 7J Yeehaw Brewing. Let's see. Jesse Baker, Charles Ellis. I'm not sure who's here. Yes.
Good afternoon. Andrew Hale from the Kramer Racing Law Firm on behalf of Yeehaw Brewing.
Okay. All right. Oh, and Mr. Ellis.
Hello. Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
Just popped up out of nowhere.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. Would you gentlemen like to give us an update?
Yes.
Real quickly, I'll just for the beer board. The beer permit was originally approved June 27th, 2023. We've had a few extensions. So where are we at now?
So we've been working very closely with the city. We believe we've identified the correct solution. I've filed for a parking variance with the BZA last week. Should be on the April agenda. So I would think that if that goes as planned, that should be resolved by next month. However, if we deem it prudent to, we would request an extension of some sort. If 90 days is deemed appropriate by the Beer Board, then that would be accepted. However, it should be resolved next week, is our hope, or next month is our hope.
Okay. Can you refresh my memory exactly what we're doing? Because I was at Yeehaw last night, so I know you're functioning there. What are we adding or changing?
So there is two spaces on the other side of Irwin Street, 130 and 134 Bearden Place, that there will be retail sales out of those premises, as well as the storing of inventory. Originally, it was going to be used as just inventory. That is not permitted under the zoning ordinance, so therefore it will be used as a retail space where it will be used, that which is permitted under the zoning code. However, there are parking requirements under the CG2 zone, and based on the configuration of this property, there is no parking available. So what we originally thought what could happen is we could enter into a shared parking agreement with the Yeehaw space off Broadway. However, accessible parking is not able to be shared under a shared parking agreement. So what we identified with zoning is to request a parking variance from the parking requirements under the zoning code.
Okay. So this is expanding the footprint from, like, the Yeehaw that's open right now has a beer permit. These are separate addresses.
Yes.
And expanding the footprint.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I know we've heard about this one a couple of times, but it's a refresher. All right. Does anybody have any questions? Want to make a motion? Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to make a motion that we extend for 3 months. And if it is done earlier, that is perfectly fine. But if things don't work out the way you hope next week, it will give you a little time.
I disagree. I think we should move it to June.
Is that 3 months?
It is.
Look, it's been a long day. Don't
Sorry,
start
sorry.
with me. Okay, till June, so that my colleague and everyone is clear, till June of 2024 to be exact.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to run back through a couple to see if anyone has joined us. The first one that we bumped to the end was 6M Taj Indian Bistro. Has anyone joined us from Taj Indian Bistro? Yes? Oh. Well, there we go. Pays off to wait.
Hey guys, this is Tushar, 10901 Taj Indian Bistro.
Okay. Sergeant Taylor. Oh, your name for the record, sir.
Tushar Kumar.
Oh, okay.
I'm one of the owner.
Okay. Sergeant Taylor? Okay. Oh, okay. I'll speak slower. Sergeant Taylor. Take your time.
Well, I'm trying to find my notes, but Mr. Kumar, Robbie, one of the other owners, has a current outstanding charge for sale of alcohol to a minor that has not been disposed of yet in Sessions Court.
I think he already did all that. He took the classes, and I think he paid all the fines. I'm not sure.
Currently in our gym system, he's got a court date scheduled for the middle of April. I think it's April 25th.
Okay.
I can defer to
Mr.
Frost, I think.
Thank you, Chair. This pertains to Robbie Kumar. There are a number of Kumars here. Well, on the application, sir, he failed to disclose that he had any charges currently pending. That's a basis for denial of granting a beer permit. And if he is convicted of a beer permit, Section 4-37 of the code, he would be ineligible and he would lose a beer permit. So as you all have applied, it can be denied.
He came on the board like later on. He wasn't the original owner at first, but then now he's putting money in as we need more owner. So I didn't know what was going on with that, but we can discuss and I can, do whatever you guys ask me to do.
Well, he's listed, I believe, as a 15% owner, sir.
Right,
And like I said, 4-37, if he's convicted, he's not eligible.
Okay.
And if his failure to disclose, he signed under oath that everything was truthful and factually correct, and that's a flaw.
Okay.
So, Mr. Kumar, I'm going to reiterate what I think Mr. Frost said.
Right.
Is the way that the application has been made, that our only option is to deny.
Okay.
So I believe, Mr. Frost, correct me if my understanding is correct, they would need to withdraw this was one of their options to withdraw this application and reapply with a different ownership?
Yes, that's an option. They can withdraw the application and then come back anew with a different application.
Okay. So he can be on the board, like he can be as an owner?
Well, he failed to disclose charges currently pending. That is a basis to deny the permit. Even if he had disclosed the sale to an underage person, if he was convicted of it, he was ineligible.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair, I don't think any of the lights are working.
Oh, that's just, is it me?
It's not you.
But I have a question.
Yes,
Mr.
Vice
Frost,
Mayor.
is it possible to withdraw the application? What impact does that have on reapplying?
Well, they'll just start anew.
And I'm
Councilman Roberto.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm not comfortable at all approving this because of the failure to disclose, but then the not disclosing it, a known issue, and signing off on it. So my recommendation would be that you withdraw and you come back with a different application, but that's your choice. So if that's what you'd like to do and withdraw, then I think now's the time to tell us that. Otherwise, we'll move forward with a vote.
I mean, I think that would be the best option we have.
Okay.
Right?
So what I'm getting from you is that you want to withdraw the application?
Yes.
Okay.
And then come back.
I'm okay with that.
Does anybody else want to wave their hands to discuss? Because I can't see a light, apparently. Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify if the 15% owner is not found guilty in April.
Right.
He then can be a part of the next application. We just need to make sure everyone is accurately depicting, accurately answering the questions in that application.
That's correct.
Was that clear to you?
Yes. But I wasn't even sure, but.
And he properly fills out his application.
Right, as long as the 15% owner is not found guilty in April.
Okay.
He can be a part of the next application as long as he fills it out truthfully.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. And his court date is on April 25th, you said? Right?
Sergeant Taylor.
That's correct, April 25th.
Okay.
Okay. So if you wanted to reapply prior to the April 25th, then you would have to reconstitute your ownership, which might be, I don't want to speak to the laboriety of that.
So I can't make the decision as of now, but so for now, we can just withdraw, I think, right?
Okay.
And then apply based on whatever the decision they make, okay?
Yes.
All right.
Whatever decision you make.
Right, but
Yes,
if we want to wait till April 25th, right?
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And if he's convicted, he can neither be an owner or nor an employee, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, does anyone want to further discuss or make a motion?
They withdrew, so do we need a motion?
Oh, they withdrew, so there's no motion to withdraw from us. Okay. You've withdrawn.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
You are.
Okay, moving on, we're going to call the ones that are addendum items. 7E. Is anyone here from Ian's Market 118? Ian's Market, Pirani, Boghani, neither of those individuals, 3208 Rudy Street, okay? 5th District,
Have we heard anything from them recently?
No, sir, I didn't get a response from them to my notifications, but it is a bit of a difficulty. Today getting here, I would ask the board to consider that probably.
Yeah, I think I will. I will give them the benefit of the doubt. They've done a lot of work on it, and this has not been going on very long, so I would move to extend the permit until our next meeting.
June.
No, actually.
April. Oh, I'm so sorry. I do. Okay. Is anyone seconding this motion? Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. Next is 7F, Luniverse, Bernadette West. Anyone here from Luniverse? I'm going to go with this 6th District. Councilwoman McKenzie, would you, let's see. I can't hear you.
I'd recommend that we push this to the next meeting, as maybe some issues getting here as well.
Anyone want a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. 7G, Shell Food Mart, Dipali Patel, 3717 Lonis Road, Drive. Shell Food Mart, 2nd District.
Chair, since it may have been a challenge getting in today, I'm going to suggest we hear this again in April.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone, okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Ayes have it. 7I, Tobacco Shop, Patel, 700 Merchants Drive. Anybody here? Oh, great.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Name and address for the record, please.
Gunwant Rai H. Patel.
Okay, sir, so your beer board permit was approved September 19th, 2023. We've done, I believe, one extension. Can you give us an update of what your progress is to this, what's going on right now?
It's still in the city review, so we might be done maybe next couple of weeks. So maybe
okay.
Extra 30 days.
Okay, this is,
Okay. I'm going to move to give you plenty of time, and you can come back early if you get everything in. I'm going to move till June meeting.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
okay, any further discussion? All those in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, sir, you have until June, and hopefully you don't need to come back to us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for making it in here. Okay, if there are no further items before the beer board, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'd like to call this meeting to order, please. Council members, we'll start with an invocation led by Councilmember Parker, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember McKenzie. Please rise as you're able.
Tonight, as we gather to do the business of the people of Knoxville, we are reminded of the many faiths and religions and belief systems that are held by those who call the city of Knoxville home. While we may pull from different teachings and understandings to form our moral compass, we are called upon as elected officials to uphold the rule of law, a principle of governance in which all persons, institutions, and entities, public and private, including the government itself, are accountable to the laws that are publicly promulgated, equally enforced, and independently adjudicated, and which are consistent with international human rights norms and standards. Each one of us here today swore an oath of office to support, defend, and abide by the Constitution of the United States of America, which includes an obligation to uphold international law and obligations. When we are silent, we are complicit. When we do not act, we are complicit. May our decisions tonight be guided by this ultimate duty.
Face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, would you please call roll?
Councilwoman Fugit.
Here.
Councilwoman Helsley.
Here.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Here.
Councilwoman Parker. Councilwoman Parker. Councilwoman Ryder.
Here.
Councilman Roberto.
Here.
Councilwoman Singh. Vice Mayor Smith.
Here.
And Councilman Thomas. All members present, Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion on the minutes from our last meeting?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item, for our agenda tonight, are there any items to be withdrawn? Are there any items to be postponed? Councilmember Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. Both parties want to postpone item 10A to our next meeting in 2 weeks.
Okay, motion made to postpone
Second.
for 2 weeks. Item 10A has been made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion to postpone item 10A carries. Are there any other items to be postponed? Are there any items requested to be added by motion? Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
Motion approved.
Okay, Councilmember Singh.
Mayor, I would like to move to take 9A to 9M and put it on the consent agenda. It's something that everything was voted unanimously 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Motion has been made to add all the items under 9A, ordinances on second reading, item 9A through M, to the consent agenda has been made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll go back to a motion on the entire consent agenda, including the ones that were just added. Is there a motion on that consolidated consent agenda?
Move to approve. Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now it's time for my mayor's report. I want to start by thanking everyone who was able to come out last week to celebrate Knoxville's largest federal grant to the city and KCDC in recent history, $42.6 million Reconnecting Communities grant. This will help us continue our work of reconnecting neighborhoods that were cut off due to urban renewal. We will use these dollars to help increase access to generational wealth building opportunities and to add more quality of life amenities. As many of you know, this was our second time applying applying for this grant, and thanks to the foundational work already being done in our city by so many critical partners, including Councilwoman Gwen McKenzie and the African American Equity Restoration Task Force, this time we were successful. So Councilwoman McKenzie, thank you for forging ahead with the formation of that task force and for all you do to lift up the people of our city. I also will mark the completion of the Knoxville Urban Forest Master Plan and outlined plans moving forward. One of our goals is to increase the city's tree canopy to 40% by 2040. To learn more, join us for the kickoff event this Thursday, 9 a.m. at Walter Hardy Park. The next day at 2 o'clock, we invite you all to join us as we break ground on improvements at Augusta Quarry. This year, we are investing $3.6 million to add restrooms, an expanded overlook, an improved pedestrian path, floating swim platforms, and more. This project will last into the fall. So during the closure, we encourage Knoxvillians to take advantage of the many other boat launches and swimming areas nearby, like the ones at Suttree Landing Park, Holston River Park, Sequoia Hills Park, Meads Quarry, and more. And of course, we also have the city's fountains and swimming pools to cool off during the summer months. And a quick reminder about our rules of decorum. Those who wish to speak either to a specific agenda item or during public forum should have already signed up with Mr. Johnson, the city recorder, ahead of time. Council rules state that up to 3 people each may speak for or against an agenda item. Right now, Item 11A has more than the allowed number of speakers. So I have, let's see, I have more than 3 speakers signed up to speak in favor of item 11A. Is this all of them? How many total is it?
In favor, these are opposed.
Okay. So there's 6 people signed up to speak against it and 10 in opposition. Are these the ones that came first? Yeah,
these are.
Okay. So unless otherwise indicated, I will just be calling on the first 3 who signed up. So if you had someone other than those first 3, please confer and huddle in the back and find your 3 speakers before we get to item 11A. For all speakers, please do not use profanity. And when speaking to specific agenda items, please remember to stay on topic. Those who fail to adhere to those rules may be ruled out of order and asked to step away from the podium. For those who are listening, please note, you may not disrupt a public meeting from the audience. Those who do may be asked to leave. I'm going to repeat that. For those who are listening, please note, you may not disrupt a public meeting from the audience. Those who do may be asked to leave. Thank you in advance for everyone's respect for these rules. And that concludes my mayor's report. Are there any reports from council members? Okay, then we will move on to item elections and confirmations.
8A is a resolution confirming the reappointment of Jane Roberts to the Civil Service Merit Board.
Motion made to approve and seconded. I believe Ms. Roberts is here. Thank you, Ms. Roberts, for volunteering your time. It's a very important board to our city, and we appreciate your willingness to serve a full term again. Thank you so much. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
8B is a resolution confirming the reappointment of Heidi Barkus and Tyrone Beach and the appointment of Andre Canty to the Police Advisory and Review Committee.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Again, council members, these are residents of our city who volunteer their time to do important work for our city, and we are very thankful. I believe that 2 of the candidates here for your confirmation are here tonight, Tyrone Beach and Andre Canty. If you're here, raise your hand. If you're not here, well, thank you for being here and thank you for volunteering your time. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
8C is a resolution confirming the appointment of Chris Ford to the Design Review Board.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11A is a resolution respectfully requesting that the federal legislators representing the city of Knoxville and the Biden administration uphold international law and the January 26, 2024 order of the International Court of Justice.
Okay, council members, as I alluded to a few minutes ago, we have several people signed up to speak in favor and several against. So we'll start with 3 people speaking in favor of item 11A. First person is Zainab Ansari. You'll have up to 5 minutes.
Our speakers have been locked outside along with over 100 other Palestinians, Muslims, and Black people. We watched them let 5
Thank
people
you.
with Israeli flags in.
If Zainab Ansari
Our
wants
speakers
to,
are locked outside.
is Zainab Ansari in this room?
We have 3 speakers. Our speakers are
All 3
locked
of them?
outside.
If all I think I saw Abdallah.
This has been
Hussein
documented with.
And Kent Minalt. Okay, well, those people who signed up, if we could let them come and speak. Zainab Ansari, Abdallah Hussein, and
This
Kent
will be
Minalt.
documented. Over 100 Black people, Palestinians, and Muslims told they cannot.
Excuse me, the people who signed up to speak can speak. Okay.
They let in at least 4 people. And no one wants to be hostile, but we are a little frustrated. There's a whole room up here.
Yep.
It's not being occupied.
Yeah, we understand. Okay. Council members, just for your knowledge, as you all know, we have a big crowd here tonight, and upon the advice of Public Building Authority and the Fire Marshal, for safety reasons, we are not opening the balcony because we were worried about people's safety, that they would push off and, it wouldn't be safe. So just wanted to let you all know. But we do want to let the people who signed up to speak. So Abdallah Hussein. Yeah. This is item 11A. 10A, all the other items have already been approved on consent. So if someone I'll let you go first, and then Zainab Ansari and Kent Minalt, or Minot. Okay, you're Abdallah. If you could start by saying your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
My name is Abdullah. Knoxville. I begin first by addressing my family and loved ones in Palestine who are watching this on the live stream. My beloved grandparents, uncles, and aunts and cousins, I'm so sorry that we've let you down in this way. I'm sorry that the stories you grew up with about America being a bastion of justice and peace globally have turned out to be untrue. I'm sorry that my government holds the hands of settlers as they stomp on your necks and imprison you and murder you. Please forgive us and know that we're doing everything within our power to stop this injustice. Most of you all know me. I'm no stranger to you all. I was born and raised here in Knoxville. I graduated as valedictorian from a local Knox County school. I served on the school board as a student rep with Mayor Kincannon and others. I graduated cum laude from the University of Tennessee here in Knoxville. My education has taught me to uphold values of liberty and justice and peace. My education has taught me not only about awful wars that have happened throughout history, but the things that we can learn from them. That if a group of people in another country can be convinced that mass murdering civilians is the only solution, then so too can we. And we must do everything in our power to stop that from happening again, to keep from falling into that trap. I would love to focus on local issues, I really would. But unfortunately, this has turned into a Knoxville issue. This is the state that produced the unconstitutional anti-Sharia bill, that produced Robert Doggart, who was convicted, a congressional candidate who planned to carry out an armed attack on a masjid and Muslim community in New York. This is the state where Representative Ogles, when asked about the massive civilian death toll, said, "I think we should kill them all." Where Congressman Fleischman, when he realized he was being asked a question by a Palestinian, said, "I will never support you. I will tell you to your face, goodbye to Palestine." And this is the city where our mayor took a trip to Israel, toured illegal settlements, met with occupation forces in an effort to build political and social ties between the city of Knoxville and the state of Israel. A mayor who on multiple occasions has said that Knoxville stands with Israel. This is an issue that concerns... Can you please pause the time?
Please let the speaker speak. Yeah.
So forgive us for concerning ourselves with an issue happening around the world, and forgive us for needing some assurances from all of you that you actually care about our lives and that you value the rights of Palestinians and Muslims and civilians in any conflict. The UN just released a statement that 1.1 million men, women, and children in Gaza are in immediate danger of dying from starvation. These civilians are forced to eat grain that was meant for livestock. In less than 6 months, 90 journalists have been killed. 340 healthcare workers have been killed in Gaza. This level of civilian casualties and forced starvation and collective punishment is unprecedented in this century. I'm going to ask you a question. Do you know what is the average age of the 35,000 people killed in Gaza in the last 6 months? Do you know the average age? Let's take a guess. Was it 25? Maybe 18? Let's take a wild guess. Maybe 15 years old. 54. The average age of the 35,000 people killed by the Israeli military in the last 6 months is 5 years old. 5 years old. I'm going to be clear with you all, and let's make this clear. This resolution does not call for supporting Hamas. It's not calling you to make a statement on Hamas or anything like that. It's asking you to please show us that you uphold the value of civilian lives, that you care about the fact that our government is complicit, and not only complicit, but supporting the murder of so many people, hospitals and schools and homes that have been razed to the ground. This is not the America that I learned about growing up, the America that I would love to be proud of and to tell my family that I'm so proud of. And the last thing I'll share is this. To the Knoxville Jewish Alliance, I'm extending an invitation to you all to meet and cordially discuss this issue with you all. You don't need to spend thousands of dollars flying some random Palestinian dude who has really iffy and wishy-washy weird views to come speak in Knoxville and educate us about issues that we witnessed with our own eyes. Let's talk. Whoever the leaders are, my name is Abdullah Hussein. I live here in Knoxville, and I'm happy to meet with any of you cordially and have a conversation. Thank you all so much, and I hope that we will see a day when Palestine is freed. Assalamu alaikum.
The next person is Zainab Ansari.
I'm Ricky Draper.
Okay, you want to be the second of
Yes.
three?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Ricky, please start by saying your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ricky Draper. I'm a resident of Knoxville, 37917. I'm here as a representative of the Knoxville chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace, an organization representing Jews across the country who are opposed to genocide and apartheid. I'm in coalition with the many people here tonight calling for peace, justice, and sanctity of all life. Jewish liberation and Palestinian liberation are intertwined. I am the descendant of people who have survived genocide, displacement, ethnic cleansing, and persecution because of who they are. I know the price of silence, and I refuse to be silent. Never again means never again for anyone. Never again includes Palestinians. Never again is right now. Councilmember Smith, you and others have said that this resolution is sowing division in our community. I need you to know that I've never felt more united than I do now with the Muslim community of Knoxville, with Christian congregations standing for justice, with my Jewish community demanding that we stop the violence in Gaza. I've never felt more moral clarity or unity with my Knoxville neighbors than I do in this moment. Let's talk about what is actually sowing division. What is sowing division is the rhetoric of our leadership locally, nationally, and internationally that links anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism, which casts suspicion on our Muslim and Palestinian friends and neighbors who just want to see their families safe. This rhetoric mistakenly terms our desire for an end to genocide as hate speech. It has led to Jews like us in Knoxville being labeled as anti-Semitic, as not real Jews, quoted for speaking out. I'm here to tell you that we are Jewish, we are real, and we are asking you to pass this resolution, alongside many hundreds in our city and thousands across the country who have passed similar resolutions. It's true, there is division in this Jewish community. The Knoxville Jewish Alliance is a political body and represents a part of the Jewish Knoxville community. We represent another, and it is only growing. We urge you to understand that the Jewish community in Knoxville is not a monolith, and many of us feel that actions taken by Israel are bad for the Jewish community here and everywhere. They link our identity and heritage, our safety, to genocide. As long as there have been Zionist Jews, there have been Jews like us who oppose violence and apartheid in all forms. What is actually sowing division in our community is mass starvation and bombing of refugee camps. What is sowing division is the everyday violations of international law in Gaza by the Israeli state, the invasion of hospitals, the targeting of journalists, the killing of children. What is sowing division is the seeming indifference or support for the atrocities of our leaders. The only way to heal the divisions in this community is to stop the violence and denounce genocide. During the temporary ceasefire, over 100 hostages were released. More hostages have been killed by the Israeli military than have been rescued. I'd like a minute back on the clock, please. A minute back on the clock, please.
No, please go ahead. It's fine.
That's not okay, but Knoxville City Council, this is your opportunity to be on the right side of history by passing this resolution. Generations, I promise you, will look back on this moment and ask, what did you do while Gazan children starved? What did you do while the Israeli army bombed refugee camps? The path towards unity, the path towards safety is freedom, is equality, is the end of violence. The path towards a more united Knoxville is through preventing further genocide by passing this resolution. I stand with you, with my Palestinian neighbors and beloved community, along with many other Jews and allies calling for a ceasefire. Pass this resolution, do the right thing.
Thank you very much. Okay, next person is Kent Minot. Kent Minot.
Hello, members of the City Council. My name is Arlene Amarante, and I live in Sequoia Hills, which falls under District 2. I am an attorney, an educator, the daughter of Mexican immigrants, and I am here to grieve and to explain why I still have hope in the face of this relentless tragedy. The last time I was in these chambers, I came to support a ceasefire resolution, and I'm frankly still trying to piece together what went wrong. How could it be possible that the city's elected representatives heard what I heard and then did nothing? I read the language of the resolution and could not locate the source of the controversy. But then it dawned on me that we do not view the world in the same way. Where I saw pain and grief, you saw tactics and maneuverings. Where I heard pleas for recognition, you heard noise. You behaved as though Muslims and Jews just hate each other, and that's a fact of life, and that it would be best if you did not engage. But inaction is a choice. I recognize that your initial instinct has been, and probably will still be, to reject any formal discussion about these atrocities. But because we co-create our narratives as a society, it is imperative that you do not remain silent, as you did on November 28th, on the question of whether Israel should do more to protect innocent lives. The answer to this question should not be difficult, and your silence, again, was an answer. To remain silent as an American is to tacitly condone what we are all witnessing in Gaza, the deliberate starvation, corralling of human beings into increasingly small swaths of land, facilitating their mass extermination with the weapons that our country has provided. When we had the first City Council meeting on the 28th, the general consensus was that Israel would not continue its bombardment until the end of the year. And I suppose that we all gave ourselves the hope, the freedom to imagine that it would be over soon, but that did not happen. And since then, Israel has wantonly murdered everything in its path without distinction or remorse. Medics, time.
Let the speaker
These are
speak.
facts. You can look them up. I have a website if you would like to catalog it. It's at www.adelantemos.org.
Let the speaker speak,
And these
please.
sources, by the way, are from the UN, which I hope you trust. Well, at this time, I would like to remind us that medics, journalists, children, Israeli hostages, mothers, and fathers have been tormented as we all watch. Yesterday, the Wall Street Journal published an article warning that over 1 million Gazans are estimated to be starving. On top of that, Israel is threatening a full-scale ground invasion of Rafah to slaughter or forcibly remove 1.9 million Palestinians sheltering there, directly against the ICJ's orders, which, as you know, because I'm sure you read through the pages that are submitted in the document, the agenda today, I mourn for the invisibility and the dehumanization of my Palestinian brothers and sisters. I mourn for what we could be and cannot be until we are allowed to mourn and grieve together. In the face of such devastation, I ask you members of the City Council to mourn with a community in pain. We may not be able to stop the war in Gaza, but at least you here in this room can tell your neighbors that they matter, that their pain matters. And this resolution means nothing more. Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving to the three speakers signed up to speak against item 11A. First person is Scott Jacobson. Scott Jacobson, are you present? Okay, if you could come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Scott Jacobson, 37902. What is happening in Gaza right now is horrific and a tragedy, but every ounce of blood that is being spilled is on Hamas. Hamas initiated this conflict. There was a ceasefire all the way up to October 6th. On October 7th, they stormed into Israel, killing over 1,200 people and taking over 200 hostages back into Gaza. Hamas then planted themselves in terror tunnels they spent billions of dollars building that they robbed from their own civilian population. Hamas is unequivocally recognized as a terrorist organization by the United States, Canada, the European Union, Australia, Japan, the UK, New Zealand, and numerous other nations and international bodies. Their charter outright rejects any possibility of negotiated peace settlements, advocates for the destruction of Israel, calls for jihad, and fosters anti-Semitic incitement. Numerous interviews with Hamas leaders have reaffirmed their intent to perpetrate the atrocities of October 7th again and again. U.S. intelligence agencies, along with those of France, Italy, NATO, and the UN, confirm Hamas's use of human shields to exploit Israel's efforts to minimize civilian casualties and capitalize on Western sensitivities towards non-combatant deaths. They've even shamelessly filmed their abhorrent acts of violence, including the murder of babies, rape, and mutilation. We are living in a time where the devil does not even hide.
Just wait just a minute while we try to close the door. Okay, go ahead.
We are living in a time where the devil does not even hide and the world still cannot see him. For the people demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza because too many civilians have died, I ask you this. If too many civilians have died, how many civilian deaths would have been an acceptable number? The reality is that no civilian deaths are ever acceptable. But the reality is also that pacifism leads to the deaths of civilians as aggressors realize they can murder with impunity. Likewise, if the use of human shields ends military operations completely, the outcome will be an increase of aggression using human shields and therefore more civilian deaths on the other side. In other words, pacifism is as bloody as war. Hamas has put Israel in a no-win situation. There is no way out in which more innocent civilians do not die. The Jewish state can only choose to limit those through careful attacks with warnings and other precautions, or simply sit back and wait for the deaths of its own citizens when attacked by an enemy that shows no mercy. Colonel John Spencer, chair of urban warfare studies at West Point, said,
Yeah, just pause. We'll just pause the clock until the door is closed. PBA, can you close the door, please?
Louder.
Okay, I think it's quiet enough. We can hear you.
Okay. Colonel Jen Spencer, chair of urban warfare studies at West Point, said, Israel has taken more steps to avoid harming civilians than any other military in history. You cannot say you support Israel's right to exist and defend itself and then oppose Israel when it exercises that right. Hamas has governed Gaza since 2007 and has received more than $7 billion of aid from the United States, according to government documents. Where did the money go? Well, approximately 10% of the budget goes to the Martyr Fund. This fund pays the monthly income to every Palestinian and their family who commits a terrorist act. The more Jews they kill, the more Hamas pays. If Palestinians can stay alive by simply not killing Israelis, then they are probably not facing a genocide. If the Israelis have the ability to stay alive only because of their tremendous defense systems, they're the ones facing a genocide. Stop asking Israel to agree to a ceasefire Hamas will not honor. Thank you.
The next, please, we're ready for the next speaker. Thank you. The next person speaking against item 11A is Larry Markle. Mr. Markle, if you could start by saying your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
I'm Larry Markle. I'm a member of Temple Bethel. I live in West Knoxville. The speakers in favor of the resolution eloquently expressed their pain, their sorrow, their horror, their grief, and I do not mean to invalidate that. The situation in Israel in Gaza is ghastly, but this resolution will not help the Palestinians in Gaza. Hamas's strategy was to commit atrocities that would provoke a massive response from Israel in order to mobilize world opinion. That is why their October 7th terrorist attack was characterized by such gratuitous cruelty, brutality, rape, mutilation, and murder of innocents. They launched their missile attacks from hospitals in order to make them targets for the IDF. Hamas has shown that they don't truly care about the Palestinian people. Palestinian civilians are simply shields made into targets so the Israeli counterattacks would inflict maximum casualties and generate pushback from uninvolved nations. And Israel's response? Israel's given Hamas just what Hamas had anticipated. The widespread bombing, the horrible suffering of the entire civilian population, the starvation, the fear, the despair that has resulted. Any person with an ounce of humanity wants this to stop. But what can the City Council of Knoxville, Tennessee do? The proposed resolution is totally one-sided. It calls for Israel to stop all military action, but makes no demands on the terrorists who initiated it. It employs the incendiary term of genocide, but doesn't acknowledge the stated aim of Hamas to wipe the Israeli people and their nation from the face of the earth. It calls for an Israeli ceasefire, but doesn't ask the Hamas terrorists to stop launching rockets or to release their helpless hostages. The resolution proposes that Knoxville City Council ask the federal government to leverage its diplomatic relationships to prevent further violence and civilian deaths to safeguard Israeli and Palestinian lives. But our government is already trying to do this. Imperfectly, yes, but there is no easy solution. Diplomacy is not simple, and it requires both parties negotiating in good faith and willing to acknowledge each other's point of view. We know what doesn't work. Unrestrained expansion of Israeli settlements doesn't work. Overuse of administrative detentions and crowding the Palestinians into enclaves doesn't work. Also, constantly firing missiles at Israeli cities doesn't work. Terror attacks to rape and butcher Israelis doesn't work. Kidnapping innocents as hostages doesn't work. And we are seeing that pervasive bombing that destroys everything and in effect creates a famine is not an effective response to terror either. It hasn't eradicated the monsters, and it is breeding future terrorists. Policy is not fashioned with slogans and sound bites. Diplomatic solutions are fragile, imperfect things and must be carefully crafted with empathy and compassion. I ask the City Council to contribute by taking the shouting down a notch, implore both sides, to really listen to each other. Announce that you are looking for negotiations with compassion and understanding, not more articulate and more strident voicing of grievances. Encourage bilateral, but also unilateral acts of de-escalation from both sides. I ask you to do this as individuals by letting the federal government know you support their efforts to reduce the conflict, the acrimony, the fear, and horror. Let family and friends in the Middle East know that you support their working on ways to live together, not developing a better strategy to obliterate the other side. Well, what is that first step? I'm asking the City Council to please turn down the heat by tabling this resolution. The resolution, as it is written, is fatally flawed, biased, and ineffectual. We know that neither containment, nor terror, nor inadequately restrained military initiatives have worked. The City Council should not be encouraging either side to double down on its failed tactics or to amp up the volume by echoing overly simplistic slogans. Don't trivialize this strategy by polling your constituents to determine what percentage wants either side to win this horrific contest. Instead, show by example that you are on the side of humanity, the side of peace, compassion, and empathy by choosing to cut off the oxygen feeding the fires of outrage that are escalating this conflict. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, Council, the third and final speaker on speaking against item 11A is Judith Rosenberg. Ms. Rosenberg, if you could start by stating your name and address for the record, and you will have up to 5 minutes to address Council.
Thank you. Judith Rosenberg, 37917. I began my term as president of the Knoxville Jewish Alliance a few weeks ago, following the City Council meeting on November 28th. After the divisive resolution that Councilmember Parker brought to that meeting, and after our community's publicly stated desire to engage in dialogue that might actually be productive, we hoped that we would not have to re-engage with City Council on difficult and painful issues prompted by a resolution that would clearly provoke conflict among Knoxville communities ever again. Now, we are presented with another resolution that does not offer anything substantive nor meaningful to our community. In fact, it is extremely hurtful, yet again. The City of Knoxville does not have a foreign policy, nor foreign policy expertise. Therefore, the Knoxville Jewish community has not and will not approach City Council for any resolutions concerning the Hamas terror attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, the well-documented and internationally acknowledged atrocities of that day, the capture of 247 hostages, 134 from 6 different countries who are still in captivity, including the bodies of at least 31, and the fact that the only group in this conflict with the stated goal of genocide is Hamas. This resolution will only continue to fuel hate speech and the anti-Israel, anti-Jewish...
Just pause the clock for a minute. Okay, it's quiet.
This resolution will only continue to fuel hate speech and the anti-Israel, anti-Jewish sentiment we experienced on and since November 28th. It is clear from public remarks, genocidal chants, and hurtful signs that there are people in our city who fundamentally do not believe in the state of Israel's right to exist and also wish death to Jews and to Israelis. Our community grapples with these facts every day and multitudes of others that only compound our anguish and our fear. Not only are we grieving the losses since October 7th, but many of us do not feel safe right now. A report released in February by the American Jewish Committee found that almost half, 46%, of Jewish respondents say they've changed their behavior due to fear, including not wearing or displaying things that identify them as Jewish, or avoiding certain places and events out of safety concerns. Here in Knoxville, multiple people have expressed their concerns to me, not only about themselves, but personal incidents and stories that have impacted their lives and those of their families. And we have no intention of diminishing the real pain, suffering, loss of life, and current fear also experienced by the Knoxville Palestinian community. The war in Gaza must end, and diplomacy must start. Too many Palestinians and Israelis have perished, and too many Palestinians and Israelis have had their lives shattered and destroyed. This resolution is an unfortunate statement of Councilmember Parker's understanding of what an at-large council member needs to do when it comes to supporting the entirety of the Knoxville community. Since November 28th, over 3 months ago, the only outreach the Knoxville Jewish Alliance received from Ms. Parker was an email on March 7th to our program and administrative staff, not our leadership, informing them of this resolution she planned to bring forward this evening. This resolution will only continue to fuel hurt and division between two minority populations in our city while doing nothing to address the anti-Jewish sentiment, Islamophobia, and provide a space where open dialogue can happen and communities and commonalities can be shared. To paraphrase Rabbi Sharon Brous, in the presence of immense suffering, agony, and grief, we are called to be human with one another, to see each other, to not turn away even in the worst and hardest moments. Thankfully, last week, Mayor Kincannon brought representatives of our community together with the Muslim community of Knoxville. It was a pleasure for me to meet their leadership and to begin what I hope and pray is a continuing and thoughtful discussion about ways we can come together for collaboration and perhaps even healing moving forward. The Knoxville Jewish Alliance is ready and willing to work collectively on positive, productive solutions and a shared future for our communities. It is extremely unfortunate that our city council must spend its time in this manner. I thank you for your service to and support of our community.
Okay. Council, that concludes public speakers on item 11A. Ms. Parker, as the author of this item, did you want to speak? You have up to 8 minutes.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. When I brought the resolution forward in November of 2023, the feedback that I received after introducing that resolution was that it went too far and that it was a missed opportunity. That's what I heard from those who attended and were able to speak with my colleagues about the resolution. And so I committed to writing a resolution that did not have language such as we stand with Palestine. It does not have the word ceasefire in the resolution. This resolution is simply an acknowledgement of the provisional orders of the International Court of Justice and acknowledges the role that the U.S. plays, or the obligation of the U.S. in upholding that ruling. And we have heard from the speakers tonight and those who've heard it in the media, statements that have continually been made by elected leaders in this country that concern me. that to me rise to the level of inciting violence. Therefore, it is important when we have elected officials who are making such statements about the use of U.S. tax dollars, the use of U.S. weapons, it is important that we speak up. When I wrote the new resolution, I did want it to be inclusive, and that's why I reached out to the Knoxville Jewish Alliance. I did not have contact information for the leadership. I did look on the website, and I sent a message to those individuals who had contact information available. My email was not well received, but I did follow up and asked if we could meet, if we could exchange phone numbers. I sent every phone number I have. I would have loved to have been invited to whatever the mayor had pulled together, and I'm sure there are other leaders from the Muslim community who would have loved to have been invited to that as well, because I am open to the dialogue, and I know others are as well. The resolution before us tonight simply states that regardless of our backgrounds, regardless of our beliefs, we are united by a commitment to our justice system, to our Constitution, which calls upon us to adhere to international law. So when our leaders in our area are calling for actions by our U.S. government, and those here in the audience today, to do nothing in this moment, to allow what is currently taking place to move forward regardless of the ruling of the International Court of Justice. To me, it's even more important in these moments to speak up. The resolution before us tonight it's a short, very resolution, and it's to the point. I would hope that we as a city can recognize our obligations, can recognize what is meant by the oath of office that we took. Because honestly, what I'm hearing as reasons for why we should not pass this are arguments that make me even more committed to passing a resolution like this. It really does, because the arguments have no foundation within our legal system. None. None. We have a legal system for a reason. And we have to be those brave, courageous people who are willing to stand up and enforce the laws that we have on the books.
Please, no talking from the crowd. Councilmember Parker has the floor.
We cannot be swayed by each individual's own personal beliefs. We must look at what our obligations are as a city, as a state, as a country, and adhere to that. I truly believe that there is power in these resolutions being passed by city councils around the country. I truly believe that it is actions like these that have taken place on other issues, other international issues as well, that do move our federal leaders to take different actions. And so while we do not have the ultimate power to stop what is happening, we do have power in the seats that we hold, and we do have the ability to influence those around us who do have the power to take action. And so that's why I brought this resolution forward today. It is not the same resolution that came before us in November. It is calling upon us to acknowledge that the International Court of Justice is currently investigating whether a genocide is taking place. And while that is occurring, the U.S. should not be sending weapons to a country that has been accused of committing acts of genocide. It's a very simple resolution. The resolution, in my opinion,
Members of the audience, if you're not quiet, you'll be asked to leave. Ms. Parker, go ahead.
the resolution doesn't call upon us to even understand the definition of genocide, quite honestly. What it calls upon us to do is to uplift our systems of justice. And as an elected official, especially when there's a questioning of our systems of justice, that is when I feel that we absolutely must have these conversations and we absolutely must act. Because upholding the rule of law, which requires our own government to follow international law, is...
Please be quiet. Ms. Parker, please go ahead.
Is important to our own democracy. And before I run out of time, I just want to say, Mayor Kincannon, I am outraged that you have locked people out of this building. I cannot believe it.
Vice Mayor Smith, and then Councilmember Singh. Please be quiet. Be quiet or you'll be asked to leave. Be quiet. So members of the audience, be quiet. You, woman in the hat, be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a low talker, so y'all gonna have to tone it down just for a minute. I appreciate everybody that's reached out to me, everybody that's here tonight. I met with a number of people who care deeply about this, and I shared my perspective on it, and I was encouraged to share it here, and that's what I'm going to do. A lot of times when you sit here, there are a lot of assumptions about what's going on in our brains, and I think that's a human problem where we assume what's going on in each other's brains. Knoxville residents with family members in Israel and Gaza who have been harmed are suffering genuine pain. You are right to be mortified by what you see. For the past few months, we care. I can tell you that I am prayerful, and I've taken my own action personally, as we all do, to stand up for what we see that is awful. I too lift up the desire for peacemakers to win. For local leaders on the ground have not done well either to prevent or to resolve this war. I agree for the need for unrestricted humanitarian aid and for the U.S. government to use all means possible to stop the death of another single human life. There is unity in this room on human dignity, and I can promise you, if you listen carefully to some of the speakers, you can find the thread that is shared by both. However, we're responsible for what happens here in the grounds in Knoxville. And for Councilwoman Parker, I agree with many of your sentiments, and some of which I do not. There is no limit to the number of injustices that this body or you see across the world, or that the ICJ weighs in on. Whether it be Gaza, Ukraine, or Myanmar. Knoxville is responsible for legislation and oversight of Knoxville. The scale of human suffering in this awful war is hard to fathom. But it's not our responsibility to place our judgment on foreign wars or injustices. Our moral compass is not supreme. Furthermore, this resolution makes no attempt to listen to the complexities for everyone involved in this room. And again, if you listen carefully, you can hear leaders in this community, in this room, who share leadership positions, who are willing to show real leadership as it relates to Knoxville discrimination, hate speech, and vulnerability, and the feeling of living here and feeling discriminated against is unacceptable for anyone. For those that support this resolution, I have earnestly heard your perspective. For those I have met with, you have asked me to affirm your suffering, offer a balance to leaders who are elected not up here, but who say awful things, and to agree to a desire for the halt of innocent life. I agree. I hope you heard me, and I hope you hear me now. There is real work to be done here in Knoxville. As we've heard from many people in this room, you have experienced discrimination, something hateful said to you that personally I haven't heard. And we should put every bit of energy in this room into stamping that out here so there's not war here. I encourage those in this room who are leaders, who have voiced their opinion both today and in previous meetings, to meet and work on Knoxville. You have an opportunity to lead well, not just for short-term acknowledgement with resolutions that clearly don't bring unity. Real anti-discrimination, real community work is in front of you. If you don't have each other's phone numbers, I got them. I'll give them to you. And I'll show up whenever you want to have that conversation. So there is real suffering in this room. There is real suffering. People in this room have family members who have been kidnapped, murdered, starved. That is real. And I can speak a little bit for all of my colleagues that we all hear that. I know the hearts of most of all of these council members, and that's not lost on any of us. I, along with a lot of these other council members, will join you, but a resolution does not make a positive march towards a better Knoxville. It does not impact what's going on in Gaza and Israel, and we are left with power to control what happens here. What actually harms people here is what we should put every energy into so that the relatives abroad can see what real unity and hard work at war prevention and war resolution looks like. I won't be supporting this resolution, and I'm out of time, but I do want you to hear that your pain is felt, and I don't take this lightly.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Singh? Okay. Councilmember Singh, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So much of what I was going to say is the same as you were saying, Vice Mayor. I feel the pain in this room. I also have many, many opinions about all kinds of things. I have opinions about the 40 million women missing in India, the genital mutilation going on in Ghana, about what's happening in Gaza. But all of these things can't come in front of us. If we pass this resolution, we're gonna see people will be feeling like winners and losers. And we're not that, we're all losers while this is going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the floor? I don't see any lights on.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, Councilmember Parker makes a motion to approve. Is there a second? Seeing none, this motion fails for lack of a second. Move on. Okay, audience members.
This is who won tonight. This is who won tonight. The fascists, the
we're
Zionists.
Gonna move on with our agenda. Go ahead and read. We are moving on with our agenda, conducting the business of the city.
Over 100.
You may not. You please leave. You're not allowed to be at the podium. I'm going to ask you to leave. Please, we're going to conduct our business. Okay, go ahead and you want to try it. Let's try it.
You started this, India.
Can we take a break?
Wait,
We
Council,
will
you guys wanna
never
have a recess?
forget.
Council, let's take a 5-minute recess.
We hold you accountable.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
Information, if anyone is here to speak or, hear council's discussion on items on second reading, those were all already passed on consent. So if you have an item that begins with number 9, it's already been passed. And you're free to stay if you want, but your item's over. Okay. Let's see, I think we're on item 11B.
11B is a resolution authorizing the Industrial Development Board of the City of Knoxville to negotiate and accept from Knox Encore LLC or an affiliate thereof payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes with respect to real property located at the following locations: 0 Clark Street, 0 May Avenue, 0 Richard Street, 0 West 5th Avenue, 0 West 4th Avenue, and 1000 May Avenue, and finding that such payments are deemed to be in the furtherance of the public purposes of the board as defined in Tennessee Code annotated section 7-53-305.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve. Any questions or discussion? What? Anybody signed up to speak on this? Okay. Okay. 2 people have signed up to speak in opposition to item 11B. Ms. Sparks and then Mr. Roach. Tina Sparks, you have up to 5 minutes to address council. If you could start by stating your name and address for the record. And remember to press the little button on the microphone thing to turn it on. It's just right there on the base of it. Yeah. You got it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Tina Sparks, 2310 Cecil, 37917. 37917. 37917. Tommy Smith, I had a lot to say tonight. All of that has gone out of my brain. You guys know me. I never write anything down. I never know what I'm going to say until I get here. I thought I did until I stood out there with all these empty seats. Resolution B, building a Tennessee-themed sports bar, a golf course range, putting range, an arcade, all the things in Councilwoman McKenzie's district and Councilwoman Ryder's district. I went over there. I've taken pictures from there. I listened to a newscast from Buffalo, New York. Guess what? Ours is being built, supposedly is going to be built, on top of a recycling, God knows what is in the soil, because I can't find where you all have done an EPA, that the EPA has done anything on this property. I did see where there are still people living in some of those houses. Clark Street, May, 4th, 5th, in Buffalo, you know where they built theirs, the New York equivalency of ours, on top of a recycling, an old recycling center. Something is wrong here. Of course, we don't know what all you've been doing. Maybe you all have got all the EPA you need, safe. Our kids can go over there. Second Creek is over there. Second Creek is over there. I have pretty much lost all faith in you all tonight. What little I had left. Gwen McKenzie, Lauren Ryder, I know you said that you wanted, that something in this, you were glad to see that it was a nonprofit organization helping the boys and girls learn how to play golf and how to have manners. The boys and girls in East Knoxville have manners. The boys and girls in North Knoxville have manners. They don't have to play golf on a contaminated golf range to show their manners. And if you had all this time, if this has been in the make, guys, this is not just yesterday. This is not last week. This is not August of last year. This has been going on for years and years. You guys had time. You had time to find an empty place if you really and truly wanted to serve the boys and girls who are disadvantaged. What about East Knoxville? What about the East Side? There are so many places on the East Side. This is just another example of you saying one thing, it sounds good. We think you're doing such a good job. But when you remember my, what's the word? My onion analogy, every time I pull a piece of you guys back, I just keep getting more and more onion. More and more onion. When are you gonna stop? All you gotta do is do the right thing. Tommy Smith, you gotta do the right thing. Gwen McKenzie, Seema, I have no words for you after tonight. None. Charlie? Debbie Helsley, I don't know you. I think you are a decent person. Lynn Fugate, I don't know you. I think you are a decent person. I think all of you are decent people. Show it. Show your decency. Show your decency for this community. I yield my time in Constance Every's words. I yield my time.
Next person signed up to speak on this item in opposition is Rick Roach. Mr. Roach, if you could come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Rick Roach, Knoxville.
I don't know, I'm going to ask.
Okay. It's heck when you come in to a government meeting, a local government meeting, and basically you encounter a Buster Club. And I'm going to address. Let me address the issue first. Let me address the issue first. There's not enough environmental testing that you can do to make that site where people gather on a consistent basis and entertain themselves, or they get entertained. There's not enough remediation that you can do on that site, okay? When I got involved with the Williams Creek watershed, okay, I had to kind of pick up on things real quick, okay? And so in that process, I found out, especially in the lower class income areas that were highly established because they were connected to industrial site areas, and in the predominantly black communities, Mechanicsville, Lonsdale, and more, how about that? And more importantly, East Knoxville, the pollution levels were off the charts. And I was making requests over and over again, just as I was learning the level of devastation. And David Brace, you know what I'm talking about. Yep, okay? And nothing's been done with that property, this property concern. Nothing. Okay? Nothing. So I don't care how much soil you scrape, how much road, you've already done the road. Okay? Okay, well, that means you want to move ahead and move along, and that's fine. Okay? Gwen, you're right. This is not the normal site for this type of project. It really isn't. Okay? It really isn't. Okay, all right. Lauren, happy hollers, happy holler, you know? You can't do this. Y'all can't vote this in. Y'all can't okay this until you do an independent environmental study, bring in whoever you want, but they have no association with the company, with Encore, or with anybody else, okay? No connection to UT. Bring them in and have them do an extensive environmental impact study and have them be approved by the EPA, not just TDEC, okay? TDEC's just a mechanism for moving things along. And they're swamped anyway. They don't have enough people, okay? So if it takes another 6 months just to get it done and then get the report done another 6 months, the evaluation, do that. But you need to table this right now, okay? If the owners of the property want to go ahead and giving them a pilot, good, googa mooga. Man, let them pay the cost. Seriously, pay the cost, or make their deal with TDEC and get all the grant money they can get to do the testing or whatever, but let them do it, okay? Don't give them any assistance. I mean, I know y'all want development. I understand that part, but this ain't it. This is not it. And Mayor, if you make another decision to shut off seating, available seating for a public meeting, you're gonna get the city of Knoxville sued. Makes no sense. It really does not make any sense. Have some strength about this. All of you.
Council, that concludes the people signed up to speak on this agenda item. Vice Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if it's the developer or RJ or someone from KCDC that wants to address this, the environmental concerns
Yeah.
associated with this property.
Ms. Justice.
What are the regulations? What are required? What has this developer already done? What do they have to do?
Yes, this site is in the I-275 redevelopment area, and part of the due diligence for moving forward will be doing all of the appropriate and further environmental study and remediation for the site according to EPA's guidelines.
What are some of those? Do you know?
It's soil remediation. In the past, there have been some evaluations and discussions with TDEC and EPA on what suitable developments would be appropriate here, and it has. The housing would not be allowed here, for example, so it would need to be a commercial use. And we could talk all day about why that is, but there are certain and appropriate uses for sites that have different levels of contamination.
And on the end of whatever remediation that has to happen, will TDEC and the EPA have to approve that work?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those I'm sorry, Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, just a comment. This site here, even though it's not in East Knoxville, it's close to Lonsdale. And months ago, I walked that property with a member of the Lonsdale community who was somewhat excited about the possibilities of having youth in Lonsdale to be able to use that site. And I've talked with the Mr. McCamey, who's the developer, and we've already engaged in conversation about how to engage youth in the area on that site. So just a comment, those discussions are in the work, so we're not oblivious to engaging with people in those communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Singh?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be voting against this item on the principle that we wouldn't do this for a private citizen. And I've gotten weary of this is supposed to be free market. Figure it out. Don't mean that to be harsh, but we don't do this for private citizens when they're trying to do something that they're not going to be able to afford. So I don't see why we should do this.
Ms. Justice, could you just sort of explain a little bit about our tax incentive?
Yes, our
public-private partnership type things?
Yes, the public-private partnerships are certainly catered towards any developer that meets the criteria of needing to fulfill a gap in their financing in order to make a project viable. It is certainly these programs that are larger incentives are focused on commercial developments and larger developments, and they are we do conduct a MuniCap report with a third-party financial analysis. So it is pretty rigorous, and the analysis of the financials and the equity and the capital that they're bringing to the table is very much evaluated, and we determine an appropriate incentive.
Thank you for explaining that to me, but I already knew that.
Yeah. Thank you. Councilmember Ryder, your microphone light is on. So,
What,
okay.
apparently, that's how we're supposed to let you.
Yes,
speak?
yeah, that's what I'm calling it.
That's the only light we have? Okay. So I just want to, for the record, clarify that this is solidly and all within the 6th district. Congratulations, Councilwoman McKenzie. This is looks like what I believe to be a good project to clean up a blighted, unused parcel, some of which, Mr. Cohen, I believe you might verify, some of which is in the right-of-way and is non-tax paying parcels at the moment, but will become tax-paying parcels. Is that correct? Right, so we're going to move property that was not ever tax-paying from right-of-way to tax-paying parcels to increase the amount of tax-paying parcels. And as Ms. Justice said, property that would not be suitable for housing, so we couldn't make more housing there. And I also want to, for the record, because I've just read, the only media I spoke to about this project, unless I mistyped something on Facebook answering a constituent question, I believe I spoke to Compass and I've looked at their article. For the record, I didn't say anything about manners. I said stuff about youth being able to play this activity and do this sport. First Tee is an organization, not Boys and Girls Club. First Tee is an organization that has long been in the city of Knoxville, and I believe is a national organization that helps youth get into golf, which is not a sport that I'm into, though I am from Augusta, Georgia. I was not raised as a pro-golf person, but great for others. And by the way, as my understanding, young girls who get introduced to golf, if they're even moderately mediocre, they can get a free ride to college because there are very few women playing golf. So on that note, I wish somebody had introduced me to golf and my dad hadn't have been anti-golf. So I know Mr. McCamey, I spoke to him years ago about this project. Anyway, I just wanted to comment since it was stated that I said something that I didn't say, and I wanted to correct the record. I see Ms. Sparks was not feeling well and has left, so I'm sorry that she's not here to hear that. But I do appreciate, as my children's kindergarten teacher, that she did work with my children on manners, because they always need work on that. And I appreciate her efforts in that category. So we'll let her know that next time she is able to join us. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, Mr. Justice, the proposed pilot, I believe that's 9 years. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that's relatively a shorter term than a lot of pilots that
It is a shorter term.
Yeah.
We've been focusing all of our incentives under 10 years.
Right. And you may not have these numbers in front of you. I forgive you, and you can get them to me later. Any estimate of how much tax revenue that's bringing in now, and how much we estimate it will eventually bring in?
I do have that somewhere on my computer, and I'm happy to send that back. It's in the AIS. Do you have that, Boyce, in front of you?
I do have it, sir. It's, right now, I think we just get $4,423 a year. Once this is complete construction and the pilot rolls off, we'll get $185,705, which means the simple payback on the pilot is only 8 years and 8 months, and we'll be making $185,705 more per year in property taxes.
Okay, yeah. And just a general comment, I'm pretty familiar with that property. We all know what its past has been, and I've walked it several times to try to figure out some kind of possibilities for it, and I can't imagine anything else that is going to work there, or at least there may be other things that will work there, but nothing has been forthcoming for quite a while. So this looks like the best opportunity we have to reclaim blighted property and then get it back on the tax rolls, and also to use it to engage the community. And for the record, I'm not a golfer either. I haven't had a golf club in my hand since I was in college, and I think that was only once. But anyway, there's a lot of interest to bring in youth to this sport, and I can encourage that. So I just don't think that a better use of this property is not on the horizon. Let me put it that way.
Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I also want to interject that it's not like this is prime property that a lot of people are beating the doors down to want to have an opportunity to do something with, because those options are limited. This will be a $30 million investment in that property. It's also, and I don't think that any of us mentioned, that it's going to bring jobs there as well, because it will hopefully be able to employ young people and adults from the East Knoxville community. I think the mistake was said that this was part of Lawrence District, because just a matter of fact is that the 6th District is the only district in the city that touches every other district in the city. And so I think that's why that mistake was made. But again, I'm excited that someone has shown the interest, that has done the work to see how they could make something positive work in this area and on that site. If anyone is not familiar with where it is, the blight, the things that were going on there previously. I've been down there a couple of times. Every time I go and they've cleaned it up, you come back a week or two later, it looks like a trash dump again. And so not the safest area. So I am glad to see something positive that will be able to give back and contribute to the city on the tax rolls and then to the community as it relates to jobs. And so because of that and a few other things, I am definitely in favor and encourage folks that are wanting to invest in our city and in our communities. If we have incentives that can help that become a possibility, to go through the process and see if they can make the cut before it comes to city council. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-1.
11C is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute any and all documents to award a total amount not to exceed $220,200 in Opportunity Youth Program grants to support and programming for youth and young adults to 10 community-based organizations in the city.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Councilmember McKenzie.
My apologies, Mayor. I didn't mean to keep my light on.
Oh, okay. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11D is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute any and all documents to award a total amount not to exceed $27,742 in Youth Violence Prevention Week grants to provide support and programming to 9 community-based organizations in the city.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Councilmember McKenzie.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to make a correction in this resolution that the 9 be changed to 10 community organizations.
Motion made to amend it from 9 to 10.
Second.
Community has been made and seconded. Everyone, this is an amendment. Does everyone understand the amendment on the floor? Seeing no questions, all those in favor of this amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment carries. Back to the original motion as amended. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11E is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Sage View Advisory Group, LLC, to provide consultative services for the city's deferred compensation plan in an amount not to exceed.
Please stop talking. You're disrupting the meeting of the city council. If you cannot be quiet, you'll be asked to leave. Thank you.
In an amount, we're on 11E, in an amount not to exceed $37,500 per year for the first 3 years, with a 4% increase for each subsequent year, and to provide a personal financial wellness program for the city's employees for an additional and separate fee of $5,000 per year.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11F is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute any and all documents necessary to accept proposals to provide excess liability insurance coverage, vehicle and equipment damage insurance coverage, and inland marine insurance coverage for mobile equipment, all as part of the city's and K-Trans Management Incorporated's self-insured liability program for an estimated annual premium of $898,997.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11G is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates Incorporated to provide grant writing services for the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program for an amount not to exceed $35,679.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11H is a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with Foundation Systems Engineering, PC, to provide asphalt testing and inspection services for the city's 2024 resurfacing program for an amount not to exceed $27,400.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11I is a resolution authorizing the mayor to amend an agreement, the agreement with Edison Electric LLC for the as-needed maintenance and repair of the city's streetlights and high masts, increasing the annual amount by $270,000 for a new total annual amount of $1,550,000.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Councilmember Ryder.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Mr. Clabo a question. I know back when Mr. Cannon was in charge of engineering, there were some discussions about some repairs. Some of the lights are out around 640 and I-40. Is this contract to cover just regular maintenance? What is the progress on some of the problems that were found with the interstate lights that needed to be repaired?
Yes, this contract does cover regular maintenance, which would include those lights around 640. We've looked at some of those, but we're also working in conjunction with TDOT and the existing contract going on over there. So I'm not sure. I think we've repaired some of those. I'm not sure we've repaired all of them yet.
Okay. But so do some of them fall under TDOT's umbrella? Or it's a
with that
mixed
particular
bag?
project, there could be some that is included in their project, but
Okay.
the maintenance, the overall maintenance of those, once TDOT is finished with the project, would be the city's.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11J is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Knoxville's Community Development Corporation for infrastructure improvements at Austin Homes along Summit Hill Drive, Harriet Tubman Street, and Bell Street as part of the Austin Homes Master Plan Phase 4 in an amount not to exceed $1,600,000.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, as you know, this is a project that the city has been working with KCDC. This infrastructure work will help transform the First Creek at Austin campus and community. Used to serve and house a couple dozen people, and once it's done, it'll be modernized and house hundreds of people. And First Creek at Austin will have more than 430 units in a location that now is at the center of our biggest redevelopment efforts. So thank you for all your support of these endeavors and improvements. Any questions or discussion? Oh, there's someone signed up to speak in favor of this, Mr. Roach. Okay. Nobody else has signed up to speak on this item. Any further questions or discussion? Councilmember Thomas?
I just want to say I like the infrastructure along with the housing and put in at the same time in a way that complements each other. So good going.
Yep, I agree. Okay. Seeing no further questions or comments, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11K is a resolution authorizing the mayor to provide funding in an amount not to exceed $400,000 to Knoxville, Knox County Planning to create a transit-based opportunities map identifying locations for development along transit corridors in order to increase transit usage and reduce emissions.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Vice Mayor Smith and then Councilmember Helsley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This is a grant just for the public that is at the intersection of more transit and more housing, but I mostly wanted to highlight that it was one of council's priorities that we established about a month ago to study development along corridors, and it was one of the priorities we gave to planning as well. So thank you, Director Brooks and Mayor Kincannon and staff for hearing that request and acting on it so quickly. More housing and more transit in areas of poverty is a top priority. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
12A is an ordinance to amend the Knoxville City Code, Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 2-4, relative to the oath of office taken by police officers and firefighters.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
12B is an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 7, Division 4, Section 2-771 of the Knoxville City Code to update the Knoxville Fire Department's record retention schedule.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. There's someone who signed up to speak.
It was Mr. Roach.
Oh, Mr. Roach. Is Mr. Roach present? No, still not here. Okay. No one else has signed up to speak on that item. I'm sorry. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
12C is an ordinance to close an unnamed alley from Morgan Street to its southern terminus as it runs within City Block 07022 and authorizing the mayor to execute quitclaim deeds to the adjacent property owners, Bess Connolly applicant, 4th District.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve. Councilmember Ryder.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a motion to pass this on emergency. And so motion to pass on emergency.
Okay. The amendment's been offered to read this on an emergency basis, has been made and seconded. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion to amend passes. So now we're reading it on emergency, which means it will be first and second reading all wrapped into one, or only requires one reading. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
12D is an ordinance to close a portion of McElroy Avenue from its east side to Varner Street from the McElroy Avenue intersection to approximately 200 feet east and authorizing the mayor to execute quitclaim deeds to the adjacent property owners, urban engineering applicant, 6th District.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have 6 people signed up to speak at public forum. The first one is Miriam Esther Wilhelm. Ms. Wilhelm, are you present? Okay, next person is Tom Ruggles. Mr. Ruggles, are you present? Okay, if you could come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Sorry, it wasn't scrolled, so I didn't know we were at this point in the evening. Tom Ruggles, Knoxville District 2. Really disgusted with this body's actions today. I don't really have any other words for y'all, quite frankly. We still got some of the people of Knoxville
Excuse me,
here today.
Mr. Ruggles, this is a public forum for you to address council.
The people.
Mr. Ruggles, you're out of order. You're here. Public forum is for you to address city council. Please face the council, or you'll be asked to leave. Mr. Ruggles, please face council.
The people of Knoxville do not
Mr.
stand
Ruggles,
with
you're
the
out
state
of order.
of Israel in the way that our elected
Mr.
officials
Ruggles,
do.
you're out of order.
This points
Please
out what we
face
have
council.
seen in our greater nation.
I'm gonna have to ask
where
him to speak
the
for-
president, the
Mr.
congressman,
Ruggles, I'm
and
going to
everybody else
ask
has
you
not
to
stood
leave.
up and
You're
listened
not able
to
to
the will
conduct our
of the
business.
people.
Okay.
Despite millions of people being in the streets.
Okay, counsel, I'm going to ask him to leave. Please leave voluntarily or you'll be escorted by the Knoxville Police Department. You
I'm not
decide,
doing
Mr.
anything.
Ruggles.
How am I
It
out
is
of
muted.
order?
It doesn't.
This is.
You're out of order. I'm asking you to leave. You leave voluntarily or you leave by arrest. You're out of order. You can turn around and address counsel or you can leave. Those are your choices.
I got nothing to do with this. You guys know what you did today. You know
Okay. Next person signed up to speak is Adronicus Thomas. Mr. Thomas, are you present? Adronicus Thomas. Please come up to the podium. Members of the audience, if you persist, you'll be asked to leave. Also, Mr. Thomas, please turn on your microphone, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council. If you could start by stating your name and address for the record.
My name is Adronicus Thomas, 3236 Wilson Avenue, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37914. I'm here to speak about some injustice that I feel that is going on at Knoxville Community Development Corporation. I've been an employee of Knoxville Community Development Corporation for 31 years. I worked for 15 years, supposedly in the gun zone down in Austin Holmes. During the pandemic, we had a lot of things going on in housing. We had upper management that instructed tenants not to pay their rent so they could collect ERA money. When this program was ended, a lot of those tenants was left with $10,000, $5,000 in back rent with no way to pay their rent. Now we're at a point that we are evicting those tenants for doing what upper management at KCDC instructed them to do. And you say, why are you here? Why are you not at the board? Why you didn't take this to the CEO? I did it all. I can show you emails after emails that I sent to the CEO, and he did not respond until the third one. And then he said this could be handled during appeal, during a grievance hearing. But this is a policy flaw. Now that we're facing eviction, they have instructed us to do promissory notes. I've been a 31-year employee of KCDC, and I've never heard of a promissory note within HUD policies. We do have a repay agreement at HUD, which states that we can only charge up to 40% of their income. That's 30% for rent and 10% for the repay agreement. We are charging people at least 200, 300% of their income. I have one lady that pays $250 a month for rent, and her repay agreement is over $800 because the only instruction we have from upper management is that they pay 20% of their balance and they have 6 months to pay off everything else. All of this have been brought to the attention of the people on the board as well as our CEO. There's a high rate of vacancies at KCDC. There's a high rate of turnover at KCDC. We have one property that has had 7 managers within the last year due to lack of leadership, lack of training, and not listening to the concerns of the employees. I could have brought a lot of employees here like we brought to the board meeting, but for fear of retaliation, which happened after we went to the board, they are willing to speak to you all in confidence if you have any questions. I got 31 years in. My mama would roll over in her grave if she know if I was going to kick out a little old lady that's 80 years old that someone told her not to pay her rent, and now you are forcing me to kick her out. I have a lady who is a parent of 3 kids who had a mental breakdown just 2 weeks ago, worrying about how she was going to pay this after KCDC told them not to pay their rent. The ERA program was going to pay them. I got all these documents that I can provide for you. You have never seen me here. I'm a public servant. I'm on the election commission. This is an injustice. I'm just asking for some help. I asked for a meeting with our CEO. He refused to meet with us. He pushed us off on a new hire, Sabrina Drapeland, that was not familiar with everything that was going on in public housing. Just this day, at 2:30, I had a meeting with her. She told me that the promissory note was KCDC procedure. And I asked her, do KCDC procedure supersedes HUD procedure? She would not answer my question. She said the procedure do not have to go before the board. My time is running out, so if you would, please, please look into this. I've seen the police chief at my development more in the
Mr.
last
Thomas,
year than I have
your
my
time is up,
CEO.
but if you could, at the conclusion of the meeting, someone from my staff will get your contact information and follow up with you later. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Next person signed up is Amanda Jacobson. Ms. Jacobson, are you present? Amanda Jacobson. Okay, next person is Alexis Gibson. Ms. Gibson, if you could start by stating your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Before I start, who do I talk to about discrimination and being racially discriminated against? Because I've made several attempts. I've called several different Congress members and senators. I believe I left a voicemail on Mr. Roberto's voicemail the other day because I couldn't figure out where my district was. So if someone could help me with who I talked to about that, that'd be super nice. That was my one question about it, but could I actually have what I wanted to say? Because I'm at 428 and I'd really just wanted to know, is that an answer? Can I ask somebody for help up here or?
At the end of the meeting, someone can try to find out what you're asking exactly, but.
Okay,
yeah.
cool, thank you. All right, so could I have my time back a little bit, please?
No.
Okay. A few sessions, my name's Alexis, I'm at 37909. I grew up here in Knoxville, and I will be the first one to tell you that Knoxville is one of the most racist cities I've ever been a part of. And you know how? Because I'm mixed. My dad was adopted. I have the documentation where he had to sign an affidavit that his mom was, or his mom had to sign this affidavit that his dad was black. You know, you had to do that in the South. I remember in 2013, in May, when Gibbs High School hung up all of the raccoons and the possums, and they chopped up the turtle and they put it in the mailbox. And the principal said it was not race related, but if anybody understands any black terminology, you know that there's a message in there. So, starting off, a few sessions ago, I witnessed this council discuss current human resource standards in the city, and the gentle lady who is the head of HR stated that she was adequately equipped to handle the task. Yet at no point since she has taken office have I seen anything regarding the attacks on DEI. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are organizational frameworks which seek to promote the fair treatment and full participation of all people, particularly groups who have historically been underrepresented or subject to discrimination on the basis of identity or disability. I am not Jewish, I am not Palestinian, I am not Israeli, I am American. I try to be a good Lutheran Christian, I live in Knoxville and I grew up here. To say this conflict does not involve Knoxville is a lie and is a cowardly one at that. India Kincannon pulled this city into this war before she stood in solidarity with Israel, but it was only after she made a bold political statement in an international community that she really nailed her coffin shut to me that she's just another racist woman masquerading as one of the good ones. You know how I know that? Because you signed up for Flock, and Flock Services is actually serviced under Amazon Web Services, which is also serviced for half of the United States after 2020 happened. We all uploaded our what? Our I-9s, our social security numbers, all of those like Employee Navigator, I'm sure ADP, all of those use web services. And you're either going to be using Google or Oracle or Amazon Web Services. Oracle is the service for the Department of Defense. It was part of Project Jedi, and there was this back and forth because Trump like discriminated against Amazon and they had to redo it and ultimately went to Oracle. Well, under Project Nimbus, which if anybody doesn't know, the entire internet is under the ocean. It's not in the cloud, and it's not on satellites. All of the internet connections run through to where? The Middle East. Israel is the #1 cybersecurity giant in the world. It has got the most technology out of anybody. All right, that's fine. We don't want to talk about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. What I want to talk about is domestic abuse survivors. You've got flat cameras at the end of every entrance and exit to this city, which sends AI-regulated data that's not monitored by a regular person, but it just tracks and records your information, and then it sends it and stores it on Amazon Web Service, right? Sounds great. Except on Project Nimbus, it's a 4-part contract determined with Google and Amazon to send all of your data to Israel. So if it's secure, why aren't we keeping it here? Why are we sending it to the most contested conflict zones in the entire United States? I mean, like in the entire world. The other thing about that is it's discriminatory because you have a large Palestinian population, you have a large black and criminal population because the South is poor. And Maslow's hierarchy of needs, yeah, you're gonna have thieves. That's why it's like I stole a loaf of bread from Les Mis. Like, did anybody watch that? No, sure they didn't, because it doesn't seem like y'all like music here. But the issue is that you guys are hurting people beyond what you think you're right about, and you can laugh at me, you can smirk at me behind my back because you guys know about, your parents on social media, but you can't tell if your kids are being trafficked. Tennessee's one of the worst ones for it because we have our 2 national highways and a regional airport, but the flock cameras haven't caught any sex rings or any of the missing kids or that missing autistic kid.
The next and final speaker is Lisa McLeod. Lisa McLeod, are you present? Please come to the podium, state your name and address, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
My name is Lisa McLeod. I live in 37920. I would just like to share a few poems. The first one is by a Knoxville poet. Her name is Summer Awad. When my father married my mother, it was 1986. She was 18. He told her her country is demented, that it doesn't have a soul. She didn't believe him. A Southern girl born of stars and bars, land of the free. But it gnawed at her, this accusation, as she rolled grape leaves with my father's mother. Al Jazeera, a constant hum. It is 2024. I am 29. My mother says to me, I understand why you don't want to live in this farce of a country. Our country is demented. It doesn't have a soul. This second poem is by Alice Walker. To stand beaming and clapping. To stand beaming and clapping for anyone who bombs water and denies children its purity to drink endangers you, made mostly of water as you are. See this before it is too late. And the final poem I'd like to share is called The World We Want Is Us. It moves my heart to see your awakened faces, the look of aha, shining finally in so many wide open eyes. Yes, we are the 99%, all of us, refusing to forget each other, no matter in our hunger what crumbs are dropped by the 1%. The world we want is on the way, Arundhati, and now we are hearing her breathing. The world we want is us united, already moving into it.
Council members, that concludes public forum, and without objection, this meeting is adjourned.
Shame on y'all. Shame.